It is 6:35. We have a full board with us tonight and the attendees are coming. I think you're good to go.
All right. Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome.
Welcome to the Amherst Planning Board meeting of September 18th, 2024. My name is Doug Marshall, and as chair of the Amherst Planning Board, I am calling this meeting to order at 6:35 p.m. This meeting is being recorded and is available live stream via Amherst Media. Minutes are being taken. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021 and extended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, this planning board meeting, including public hearings, will be conducted via remote means using the Zoom platform. The Zoom meeting link is accessible on the meeting agenda posted on the town website's calendar listing for this meeting, or go to the planning board webpage and click on the most recent agenda where the Zoom link is listed at the top of the page. No in-person attendance of the public is permitted. However, every effort will be made to ensure the public can adequately access the meeting in real time via technological means. In the event we are unable to do so for reasons of economic hardship or despite best efforts, we will post an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting on the town's website. Board members, I will take a roll call. When I call your name, unmute yourself, answer affirmatively, and return to mute. Bruce Colden.
I am here.
Fred Hartwell.
I am here.
Lawrence Klutz.
I am here.
Jesse Major.
Present.
I, Doug Marshall, am present. Johanna Newman.
Present.
And Karen Winter.
Present.
Board members, if technical issues arise, we may need to pause to fix the problem and then continue the meeting. If the discussion needs to pause, it will be noted in the minutes. Please use the raise hand function to ask a question or make a comment, and I will call on you to speak. After speaking, remember to remute yourself. To the general public, the general public comment item is reserved for public comment regarding items not on tonight's agenda. Please be aware the board will not respond to comments during general public comment period. Public comment may also be heard at other times during the meeting when deemed appropriate by the planning board chair. Please indicate you wish to make a comment by clicking the raise hand button when public comment is solicited. If you have joined the Zoom meeting using a telephone, please indicate you wish to make a comment by pressing *9 on your phone. When called on, please identify yourself by stating your full name and address and put yourself back into mute when finished speaking. Residents can express their views for up to 3 minutes or at the discretion of the planning board chair. If a speaker does not comply with these guidelines or exceeds their allotted time, their participation may be disconnected from the meeting. All right, so time now is 6:38. I want to start with just a comment that's off of the agenda and just say welcome to Lawrence Klutz. I can't remember whether it was May or June when I sat in interviews with you for both of us to be appointed to the planning board, but it's great to finally have you on board and have a full complement of people who are going to be with us for the next year. So welcome.
Thank you, Doug. It's really a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so the first item on our published agenda is review and approval of minutes. Tonight we have minutes for September 4th, and they were distributed in our packet. Board members, are there any comments on these draft minutes? Bruce.
Jesse, you might check me on this, but on page 5, item 10X, well, X, Roman numeral X, number 2, it reports on the housing subcommittee's deliberations, and it says that we were working to define rental housing. There should be the word student in front of rental housing. We were particularly we were calling it a student home. We wanted to define the student home. And I think the minutes should reflect that rather than the more general rental housing.
All right, Jesse,
Yep, I agree. I'm going to point that out as well.
all right. So Chris or Pam, if you can add that word to the record.
Got it.
Jesse, your hand, is it still up? Okay, not a comment. Are there other comments on the minutes? Bruce,
Move to approve the minutes as amended.
all right. Jesse, you got your hand up next.
I'll second that.
Okay, next time, better luck next time, Johanna. All right, we have a motion to adopt and a second. Last call for comments. Anybody want to say anything else? All right. We will go through a roll call on the minutes. Same order. Bruce,
I approve.
Fred,
I approve.
and Jesse.
I approve.
I will approve. Lawrence,
I approve.
very well. Johanna
I approve.
and Karen.
I approve.
All right, thank you all. All right, next item now at 6:41 is public comment. At this time, it's been our habit to read the names of the public attendees that I can see on the screen. This is predominantly to benefit the attendees so they know who else is in the room since they can't see that. So at this point, we have 9 attendees, and they are Barry Roberts, Chris Chamberlain of Berkshire Design, Gail Flood, James Gruber from Wayfinders, Jesse Selman, Jonathan Salvon, Philip Henry, Rachel Belanger, Seth Wilshitz, and Tom Reedy. And I know that a number of those people are here for the hearings and discussion that's coming later. So not very many members of the public. However, if any of you would like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand. I will give you a few seconds to think about it, and then we'll move on. All right, I do not see any hands raised for public comment. All right, we will move on to item 3 on the agenda, which is a public hearing. In accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, this public hearing has been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted and is being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard regarding SPR 2024-11 U Drive Amity LLC, University Drive at Amity Street. This is continued from August 7th, 2024. And I was supposed to read the time at the beginning of this. So the time now is 6:44. I would guess that I started at 6:43. So the applicant is requesting a site plan review approval under section 3.325 of the zoning bylaw to redevelop existing commercial space into an 85 residential unit and commercial space mixed use development, including parking, landscape, lighting, and stormwater infrastructure. The parcels are 13B, 18, 27, and 28, and 54 in the BL zoning district. All right, this is continued from August 7th when we had a very brief opening of the hearing, at which point the applicant requested that this be postponed or continued to a later date, which we have done, and that thus we are here tonight. So welcome Tom Reedy and Barry Roberts. If there's anybody else from your team you'd like to have brought over. I will say at the outset that it's my understanding that you have not really entered into discussion with the Conservation Commission yet. So we do not expect to close this hearing tonight. We expect to continue it to a later date once you've gotten some input from them. So tonight we're hoping you can make your opening presentation of the project and we'll all hear it. We'll have time for a few questions from the board and maybe from the public if any public want to comment or ask questions. And then we will continue the hearing to a later date. We do have a couple of substantive topics later on the agenda tonight. So if we're able to get through this in 45 minutes or so, that would be ideal. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, Tom Reedy, attorney with Bacon Wilson, out of Amherst, here on behalf of U Drive Amity. With me this
Actually,
evening.
Tom, let me break. I should have asked, are there any board member disclosures if I didn't ask that already? Anybody have a disclosure they want to publicize? Okay. All right. I didn't think so. So thank you, Tom.
Sure, of course. Pam, if you could bring in Jonathan Salvon and Phil Henry, please.
Sure.
And then maybe just a little off script, but I don't know if this is the last time I'll be in front of Miss Brestrup. And if so, I just wanted to thank her for all she's done for planning and development in Amherst. We are lucky to have had you. It's a big hole to fill. You've left a lasting legacy, and I hope you know how proud we are to have had you in the role you're in. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so sorry for I just don't know if I'm going to get to that at the end. Okay. So with me this evening, Barry Roberts, manager of U Drive Amity, Jonathan Salvon, principal over at Kuhn Riddle Architects, the designer, the architect on this project, and then Phil Henry from Civil Design Group, who is the site designer here. By way of a little bit of context, these folks, this development team also developed University Drive South, 1 University Drive South, 70 University Drive, 40 University Drive, 180 Fearing Street, and then most recently the approval of 4555 South Pleasant Street. So a little bit of a pedigree in town, not even to speak to Mr. Roberts and the pedigree he has with his projects in the Commonwealth in Western Massachusetts and specifically in Amherst. I think what we'll do, Mr. Chair, I hear you exactly. I was going to make the same pitch that we know we're getting continued. We're going to be in front of the Conservation Commission. We're finishing up the notice of intent. We have had, Phil and I had a very productive discussions with Erin Jock, the conservation agent. We are on the cusp of submitting that NOI. If it's not by Friday, it'll be first of the week. The plan that you have in front of you in its latest iteration embodies those the results of the discussions with Erin. And I'll get into a little bit more detail when we get into the site plan, but we will be in front of them. We also understand that there's an overlay district being proposed for University Drive generally, but this site particularly, which would allow additional density here. And we are very supportive of that. How that, the results of that and whether or not it happens is if it happens, period, if it happens as part of this, while this is pending, we hope that it does in fact happen and that we'll either still be in process and be able to pivot. We've designed the site, frankly, which would be compliant with that updated overlay, a couple of little tweaks, but nothing major. And then we can decide in the future how to actually handle that, whether we have approval or not. So we see this as you do as a process, and this is just the opening salvo, if you will. And so how we're here is the overlay district isn't in place yet, but we do have a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals that we received earlier this year. I want to say it was in March, I believe. That allowed us additional density. This is a aggregate of 4 sites, which totals 5.31 acres, and I'll show it on the map in a moment. About 231,000 square feet. Those variants allowed us to have up to 85 residential units, to go up to 57 feet in height, and to have up to 5 stories. As I mentioned, the overlay would allow a bit more density in the form of a 6th story. In fact, we do have designs for that already, so hopefully we get to show you those at some point. What I think I'd like to do is just, I think most folks are probably familiar with the site, but I'm going to orient everyone with the site. If you can see my screen, you've got University Drive shown north-south, Amity Street, east-west. Town of Hadley is on the left to the west, and then downtown Amherst is to the right or the east. You've got 422 Amity Street, which is right here, and you've got 2535 University Drive right here. This lot, this lot, this lot, and this lot in the aggregate total, that 5.31 acres that are the subject parcel, if you will. We would go through and request as a condition of approval that prior to the receipt of a building permit, that the lots be combined via a perimeter plan. An A&R plan is certainly suitable for that. I'll zoom out just a little bit to give you a little bit more context, which again, I think everybody knows. Route 9 is to the south. You've got, the Big Y CVS Plaza here. You've got 70 University Drive, 40 University Drive, the hangar here, and you've got the University Football Stadium, and then the University proper to the north. To the east is downtown Amherst. I will show, if you've seen the change of screen, just a street view of what it looks like currently. This is at the intersection of University Drive and Amity Street, North University Drive and University Drive. This is the existing, I think when it was taken, it was probably rafters. It's been updated to be Pleasantries, which is was approved as a marijuana establishment, but that has not been operational for quite some time. But you'll see here there is a sidewalk and there are existing street trees. I think what I'll do now is I'm just going to show the overlay of what exists and what we're proposing, so you get a sense of what that is. And so if you can see my screen here, what we've got, Amity Street this is the north to the right. University Drive is down here. The blue underneath is existing. So this is your existing 422 Amity Street, where Pleasantries and formerly Rafters existed. And then this is 2535 University Drive. As the chair mentioned, we are proposing 85 total units over 2 buildings. There would be 259 beds in this iteration. We've got between 10,000 and 14,000 square feet of commercial space, and why it fluctuates is it depends whether we use any of the second floor spaces in the buildings for commercial or office space. We'd like to have that option. We don't know, whether or not we'd actually utilize that space. I think it would be based on tenancy. And so the northerly building would have 49 units. The southerly building would have 36 units. Of those 85 units, we would propose 12% affordable, which results in about 10 units, or in 10 units qualified on the subsidized housing inventory. We would be proposing 186 parking spaces. I believe 72 of those are covered spaces, which I'll show you next, and I'm sure Jonathan will talk about a little bit, and then 114 are open air spaces. You can see that what we're trying to do is really utilize the existing development. This blue line, as I said, is existing, and so you can see we are going a little bit beyond in a few areas. I think it totals existing impervious surface on site is about 94,000 square feet. We would be looking to have a proposed impervious area of about 103,000 square feet. So it's an increase of about 9,389 square feet, which you know, on a site this large, I think the designers, kudos to Phil and Jonathan for utilizing what's existing. And if you were at any of the site visits, we've held 2 of them. You, I think, got a sense of that redevelopment or reutilization. There's significant wetlands on site, but we're not disturbing any of the wetlands. This is going to be a buffer zone only project. There's 96,000 square feet of existing buffer zone on site. Currently, there's 60,000 square feet being disturbed. We are proposing to increase that disturbance by 9,000 square feet. So kind of the same as the impervious surface is what the disturbance of the buffer zone is going to be. I'll show you a landscape plan in a little bit. We are proposing 3.25 to 1 mitigation. So for every square foot of additional buffer zone disturbance, we're proposing 3.25 square feet of mitigation. And it's just for that excess, for that additional square footage. I will show you the site plan. And if at any point, and I forgot to say it, stop me, ask questions. I'm going to give you the high level view. We've got Phil to answer any questions. I'm going to put on my engineer's hat and talk about as much as I can. Then I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan to talk about the architecture. Then we can come back to management, somewhat high level, because I think to a certain extent, you all know Barry and he's going to be the one managing this project. So I will share my site plan. So you've got the existing overlay here. One of the things I neglected to mention earlier is that there is in the works a MassWorks grant that the town has applied for with support, I think, from UMass, as well as the applicant. We've written a letter of support. I know that the Undersecretary of the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities is coming out in October, and this is going to be one of the stops that they're going to make to review this project and hopefully to help in the acquisition of that MassWorks grant. That grant would help to place this roundabout in lieu of the signalized intersection. Existing condition plan. This was part of that overlay that you saw. One of the things I didn't mention is, and I'll show you this later, but we're trying to utilize the existing detention basin, which exists here on the site. Demolition plan. The idea at this point is to phase this project to be in 2 phases, where we take down, strike that, we put the stormwater in, we put the sediment control measures in to ensure that we're not silting up the newly placed stormwater infrastructure. Then we take down 422, build this north building. There has been an offer to existing tenants to, if they want to relocate from the 2535 building to this new building, they can, obviously negotiating aside. And then once this building, that north building, has been created, to take down 2535 and to put that southerly building there. So right now it's contemplated to have a phased approach. We would appreciate if that wasn't a condition, just if something changed, whether the tenants don't want to move or Barry, in reflection on construction, realizes it may be better, more advantageous to construct all at once. Right now it's planned to be phased, but we just wouldn't want that to be a condition of the approval. Here's the proposal. As I mentioned, you've got that north building, you've got that south building, you've got the roundabout proposed here. The north building is tucked to the setback line. You've got the parking behind as much as possible. There's some parking in this area, and I'll zoom in just a little bit so you can see. There's some parking in this area here for the commercial tenants so that there's ease of accessibility. This, as Jonathan will show you, is 5 stories. This is 4 stories. Again, 4 stories here, 5 stories in the back. This will be first floor of the covered parking. Same thing here, first floor covered parking, and then 4 stories of residential above, 4 stories of residential above. 186 parking spaces in total. We're proposing a porous pavement back here in the sensitive buffer zone area, as it's nearest to the wetlands. We are proposing to close both existing curb cuts at the 422 site. The existing curb cut that's for the 2535 site technically is being pushed further west, remaining full access. We are asking for another curb cut full access here and then an exit only curb cut here. I'll pause to just note that there is currently a restriction held by the town on University Drive where historically it was no more than, I believe, 6 curb cuts could have existed. In 2017 spring town meeting, Barry went in front of town meeting and received overwhelming support for the relaxation of that restriction to allow him to have another curb cut into 70 University Drive. The reason for that restriction altogether was the earlier contemplation that University Drive would be what's called a limited access highway. And so the idea was to, as it sounds, limit access. That didn't bear fruit and 116 was created. And so that limited access-ness sort of became vestigial. And so I've been talking with the assistant town manager about whether we're going to go to the town council, who is the keeper of the ways, to just allow these 2 access points, or if the town wants to release that restriction altogether. I know Ms. Brestrup has mentioned that in her development application report. So that is an ongoing process. As Ms. Brestrup notes, you may need to opine at some point. One way or the other, we would appreciate support for at least these curb cuts. You'll see that, like I said, full access. And this one over here is exit only. It serves 2 purposes. One is site circulation around the entirety of this building, particularly for fire purposes, and also to allow a use here that might have a drive-through. Our traffic engineer looked at it and went worst case scenario with a coffee shop. It could be a bank or any other drive-through use that you could think of. We've also pulled the buildings up. I think they're 22 feet off of the property line in some areas. We've got a 6-foot wide sidewalk here. I know the overlay district contemplates 10, which we would be able to achieve. There's also an existing sidewalk that's so the proposed sidewalk and the new sidewalk. We're happy to take suggestions. This is somewhat mirrors the other side of University Drive, where there are in some places 2 sidewalks. And in between those 2 sidewalks are those existing street trees. So whether it's combining them and removing those street trees, or leaving the 6 foot plus the existing, or widening this to 10 feet plus the existing, we're happy to take feedback there. What this also does is it eliminates that internal access way. And so that road that is parallel to University Drive, which was done because of the restriction, would go away, and these buildings would be pulled up in that area. This is the grading and drainage plan. Again, we are keeping the drainage basin, we're enlarging it. And this is really low impact development. You've got the drain lines within the parking lot. You've got a proprietary receptor to meet stormwater standards. And then the discharge point into the detention basin. You've got clean roof water, which is being discharged into the detention basins as well. They're not infiltration, they're detention. And what we're doing is utilizing what's existing out there. One of the things that Erin had asked for was for Phil, the engineer, to meet the NOAA 14 plus standards, which is like, it's frankly not even law at this point. DEP is looking to implement the NOAA 14 plus as the standard, as is the town, through their new stormwater regulations, which haven't been, to my knowledge, effectuated yet. We've designed it to those standards, and this meets the standards. So we are able to meet the stormwater standards and reduce what we need to reduce on the site using the more, I'll say, aggressive standards of the NOAA 14 plus. Utility plan, I don't know that folks will necessarily care about that. We can get into the details. I'm just going to skip down to the landscaping plan because I think that's material. We've got That's buffer zone on site. So here's the landscaping plan. You'll see that we've got mitigation proposed over here with a legend to how we're proposing the mitigation. We've got essentially, let's see, 770 plus or minus new plantings made up of trees, shrubs, perennials, and then just different wetland buffer plantings, winterberry, white oak, knotty berry, etc. So this is that landscape plan that you didn't have in the early iteration, but you've got this, and this is what we're going to be proposing to the Conservation Commission as well. I am going to switch over to lighting just to bring you. And I'll first show you Kuhn-Riddle's plan, and then what I can do is show you the photometric plan, just so you can see the number of fixtures and the lumens that they kick off. So here is the lighting plan. And so what we've got here, lighting plan, there are, and I think Ms. Brescher Printer Development Application Report called it out, you know, there's 4, I'll call them different types of lighting. There's the canopy lighting, you know, these are all the A's, and they're really at all of those indentations in the access points. There are parking lot lights throughout the parking lot and along the public way. The ones internal, and I'll show you them in a minute, are 18 feet proposed. The ones along the right of way are 12 feet proposed. And then we've got some wall packs as well. And then on the signage, which we would accept a condition of approval to come back, and we may even have it by the time we're ultimately approved. We were proposing signage on this. It's proposed to be just a small stone knee wall, I'll call it. And so let me show you the photometric plan. All right, so this is the photometric plan. It's probably best if I do scroll in a little bit. So you'll see at the property line, no light bleed. You've got a well illuminated entryways. You've got well illuminated public ways, well illuminated parking spaces. So this is where you'll see, you know, B2. I'm not going to take your time to go through the fixtures. If you want to take a look, by all means, take a look. These are the taller ones. I believe they're doubles. And then you've got the smaller, shorter 12-foot along the frontage here. And then you see this is, you know, it's all wetlands here. And we've got the necessary lighting. We haven't heard back from DPW yet if they want additional lighting, if the planning board wants additional lighting. You know, as you know, we're trying to find that balance of providing enough without providing too much. And then I'll just talk about traffic and then turn it over to Jonathan. So we had Stantec do a traffic impact memo. Somewhat summarily, what they determined was that the proposed uses would increase traffic in the morning by 0.8% in that peak hour in the morning, and then in the afternoon by, I think it's 4.6% in the afternoon, which is, I'll make a characterization, relatively minimal, especially for this area. And that's based upon the existing signalized intersection design. Everybody is hopeful that the funds do come through for the roundabout, and with that roundabout, that traffic will flow much better. If any of, I mean, the folks that were there today at the site visit, and I think folks who have been there before, whether for a site visit or otherwise, there's a lot of people that use this as a cut through so that they can avoid the light. Hopefully that roundabout, you know, not only with the location of the building and closing those curb cuts will prevent that, but also the roundabout will allow the better flow of traffic. I'll pause there. I know I threw a lot at you, hopefully somewhat comprehensively. I'm happy to talk site, traffic, lighting, landscaping. Otherwise, I can put it over and show the architecture for Jonathan, and then we can come back and talk about management a little bit.
Tom, given that we're predominantly going to listen to you tonight, and we'll have maybe a few questions and then we'll move on. Why don't you go ahead with Jonathan?
Sounds great. Okay.
Sorry, too many screens. I had to find the mute button. Good evening. Tom's done a really great job. It hasn't really left me too much to discuss tonight, but you know, we're starting here with a kind of an image of the site from above. And in this image, University Drive is. Tom, can you? Yeah, there you go. I'm trying to use my mouse, and that's really not going to do it. University Drive's kind of, you know, right in front of us on the page, and Amity Street kind of turns around the corner there. And you know, these, as Tom said, we've been continuing to work on this. You know, these images don't have all the plantings that are in the planting plan yet, but we do have updated ones that do. And whether that's tonight or another night, we can walk you through those. But conceptually, as everyone kind of knows, most of the development on the street right now is set back from the street with parking in front. And we felt this was a great opportunity to kind of change that dynamic and begin to create a little bit of a street facade and a street wall and put the parking behind. And so, as Tom has discussed, we've could line the street with our new buildings that start at 4 stories along University Drive and then step up at the back of the site and along Amity Street to 5 stories. Maybe we go to the next slide. There we go. So these are some views, you know, at street level from a couple of different angles. Up on the top left is, you know, assuming that roundabout gets built, we're sort of standing in the middle of that roundabout looking at the corner. With the north building kind of right in front of us, and then distantly behind those street trees, you can catch a bit of the south building. To the right, the image, that is a view, not quite to the Hadley line, but pretty close, kind of looking back at the north building with the south building behind it and some of the parking. And then the lower left, we have the view from the north looking towards the south, towards the university, where we can see the south building from the street, see how it steps back or steps up from 4 to 5 stories. And you can get a sense of that second curb cut coming in there. And then the last image on this sheet is in our parking area at the back of the site, in the kind of the southwest corner. You know, seeing the space we're able to create and how, you know, how much parking we're actually screening as part of that. Before we move to the next one, Tom, let me just quickly point out the different materials that we've been thinking about using. We're looking at using some brick up to about the 4th floor level. We had both kind of a combination of both a brick, you know, traditional brick tone and maybe a tan, and then that gray material that we're using as kind of an accent in several places. That's envisioned as sort of a metal panel product. And if we scroll down to the next one, I'll try not to repeat too much of what Tom's kind of talked about, but I will talk a little bit about the covered parking. We've got 2 covered parking bays, 1 on each building. You know, they're double loaded, about 60 feet wide internal. And, you know, that's where some of the accessible parking will be. There'll also be accessible kind of on the outside parking. But both of those parking bays then lead you into a lobby and elevator core that will connect up to the residential floors above. And then again, along Amity Street, we have the non-residential uses, whether those are retail or office or some sort of business use. That's the sort of pink and light blue tones. And we can scroll up to some of our typical floors. So, Tom, if you can kind of point out the elevators, if you can. There's both buildings. It's kind of hard. Have an elevator core that will serve the floors. We have a mixture of units, from some ones and twos, all the way up to 4 bedrooms. I don't think in the current version, have any studios. I think we have moved away from those for the most part. And then scroll down just a little bit more, you can see that we're kind of leaving ourselves the option to have some second floor office space if it makes sense to be able to rent it out. We also have other versions of this plan that are all residential from the second floor up. These will be what are called podium buildings. So the upper parts will be likely to be wood frame construction, but the first floor construction will be steel and concrete, as is commonly done. I'm sure people have seen being constructed here in town. Let's move up to one of the floors. We can begin to see this stepping back. I think because really level 2 and 3 are pretty much the same. Yeah, but there we go. So this is now the 5th floor, as you can see that we really do substantially sort of set back from the street, and it does give us some opportunities to possibly have some units that have some small outdoor terraces associated with them, although most of the roof space will be taken up by mechanical equipment, especially at the very top level. I think
maybe, Jonathan, maybe one thing to mention is just the size of the units. The planning board, as you're reviewing the plans, they're sizable units.
Yes.
You look at the 4 bedrooms and they're 1,500 to 1,600 square feet. 2 bedrooms, 1,100 plus square feet. So they're a good size unit.
Yeah, if you zoom in a little bit, that information is on these sheets.
Yep.
If people are interested. And so again, looking at combination of materials, maybe up to 2 colors of brick, on the portions of the facade that kind of step forward toward the street, and then on the portions that kind of step back from the street, we're thinking a sort of a metal panel siding.
And that's the
Yep. That's the same
lighting plan. Yeah. And let me just show one more, Jonathan, because I think this is pretty.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the more up to date.
Well, this
Oh, there
one
you
is
go. Yep.
what I was hoping to show is, and if you want to describe where it is.
So this is one of the 5th floor units that would have a terrace associated with it, but this is aesthetically what we're hoping to do when it comes to the quality of the units. We're using a fairly large window area to provide a lot of natural light, and provide a nice modern apartment space.
Okay. Management, just quickly. So this is Barry Roberts. He's going to be managing the property. We've got we got the management plan. Simply, if you have a problem, you're going to call Barry. And then we've got the additional information as well. I'm not going to, again, bore you with all of that information. So we'll put a bow on it and say that's the presentation that we've got. And obviously, we're happy to answer any questions that you have. We know we'll be back. So if there are questions after this, reach out to Pam and/or Chris to the extent that she's available, and let us know.
All right, thanks, Tom and Jonathan. Board members, I guess, in the interest of time, why don't, if you want to ask or make any sort of comment, why don't each of us get one opportunity?
So can I make one last comment?
Sure, Jonathan.
If I might. Neither Tom or I pointed it out, and I think most people have realized this, but just kind of for the record, as part of this, we are doing away with that piece of roadway that's currently kind of lines the front of all these units or all these properties.
Okay. All right, so does anybody want to say anything this evening? Yeah, let's put up our hands. I've got 4 so far. Karen, you got here first. And, and try to
yeah.
keep it fairly concise.
Yes, yes. First of all, it's very exciting, and it's going to be kind of a really initial, it's going to set the tone for University Drive and a lot of things that we want to happen. One thing I want to plea is that we start thinking about dedicated bicycle paths if in the setback, that we don't have bicycle paths that share the road, but really have, as you have all over bicycling countries, make a sidewalk that has, part of it set off for bicycles. So you really get bicycle traffic going to the university coasting. If that could somehow be initiated with this and carried through, that's, I think, something that I would plea that you would try to consider.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Tom, I'm rather than have you respond to these things, I think let's just use this as here are some issues you need to think about as you prepare when you come back.
Sounds great.
Okay, Johanna.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for the presentation, Tom and Jonathan. All in all, my reaction is that this is a big improvement to existing conditions. We are redeveloping this area without sacrificing hardly any open space, and yet accomplishing a ton of policy goals that the town is looking to accomplish, including adding a lot of housing, including affordable units, and the opportunity to use this private investment to leverage state money to improve that intersection. So I think there's a lot to love here. I think it's really thoughtful in terms of the stormwater and the plantings. And then my big question is, so much of this is paradigm shifting, but that doesn't extend to parking. This is a location that's super close to the university. It's right on the bike path. I don't know the relationship to the bus stop, so that's one question I have. And I'd just love to hear you articulate why we need so much of this space committed to parking. And then I guess I have a second, just like question or critique about the lighting. There's a new development that went in close to where I live in Southeast Amherst Center. And the lighting there I find to be overkill. Every time I pass by at night, I'm like, there is nobody out here, and this entire parking lot is illuminated. And I don't know exactly where the town is with like its official dark sky I don't think we're like pursuing dark sky designation. I know we've adopted some dark sky standards, but I would like you to think about the lighting plan really thoughtfully so that it's not overkill without compromising public safety for ecological reasons. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Johanna. Fred.
Yeah, just I agree that this is a huge step forward in terms of accomplishing the public policy objectives of the town. That is absolutely the case. Just a brief question Tom, at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned the overlay and that you were looking at interfacing with that and looking possibly at a 6-story. And I'm wondering if you could give us just a thumbnail here of what that 6-story would look like, and just a verbal thumbnail description of how it would be realized in this case. I'm assuming you've had some conversations about that.
Tom, do you want to comment briefly on that? Or do you want to wait until you come back?
Briefly is probably the key word. Sure. So I'll just, I've got an image I can show what that additional story would do. It would be 5 in the front, 6 in the back. So where you see 4, it would just be adding a story. And in the back where you see 5, it would go up to 6. That would add 26 units and 90 beds. And if I can figure out how to, I'm not gonna be able to do that. We've got a image showing. Maybe that's not, let me see if I can get it. I won't take any more of your time. I'll bring it back next time with that sixth story.
Okay. All right, thanks, Fred. Jesse?
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation. I won't go back over the positives that the other planning board members just highlighted, because I totally agree. I think there's a lot, and I really appreciate how the design largely fits in with a lot of things we've been talking about already. I was going to ask about hopefully there'll be still a setback if you do go 6 floors. Sounds like there is. I really appreciate what Johanna said about not minimally increasing the covered space. I think that's fantastic. I did want to reiterate what Karen brought up. As I think you've seen in the overlay, we're hoping to really maintain this walkway, bikeway, wider setback to allow for foot traffic and bike traffic, roller skating, whatever. So I would hope you could build that in. And that also relates to the other main point I wanted to bring up, which is about that extra curb cut that you brought up as well. I completely see the appeal of having a drive-through establishment there. I think it would be tremendously popular. But I have a hard time, I'm no traffic expert, I have a hard time imagining such a minimal impact on the traffic from 170 parking spaces and potentially drive-through business. So I wonder if there's a way to engineer that onto Amity Street instead of University Drive, or if that second curb cut's really necessary. Because again, if the overlay happens, or even if it doesn't, the redevelopment of the whole strip, there's just going to be more and more curb cuts, right? And that will just prevent the walking, biking potential on that side. So that's all, just comment. Again, overall, I think it's a great project. Looking forward to next discussions. Thanks.
Okay, Jesse. And Bruce?
I just want to agree that I think this is a interesting, exciting, worthwhile, and a positive example of what we were imagining could be done here. So I think in my mind as we move forward, I'll probably be interested in how this project can be a positive, remain being and be more and more of an explicit example of what an overlay could be. I think it's an interesting situation where the project, by virtue of having a variance, is going to be built, or is being built, certainly being designed, and is in development before the actual overlay. So it's not exactly a cart leading a horse, but it is a little bit backwards, and I think we should take advantage of that. And I'll be thinking of how we can do that, all parties. But I'm very positive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. And Tom, I'll just mention a few topics that came to mind. First of all, thank you, and thanks, Jonathan. It is a nice design. I'll endorse all of the positive comments you've gotten. Things I wondered about. Electric car chargers. Where is the dumpster and how is the trash being handled? Because I didn't see anything for as far as a dumpster bay, I guess I'd call it. Rooftop mechanical units. I didn't see any in the renderings, and they often don't show up in the renderings. But I hope they will show up if they are proposed. And then it'd be great to have a little more, maybe like a section about through the University Drive frontage that show the curb, show the public sidewalk, show the street trees, show your sidewalk, and show the building front. Because, you know, the overlay, we talked a lot about a 10-foot sidewalk, and but I don't remember us being really clear, or at least I wasn't clear in my head about, is that on the public side of the property line or is it on the private side? And just how is that whole stretch going to be distributed? Karen mentioned a bike path. Obviously, there's a bike path on the other side. of the road. And I know when UMass built University Drive farther north, there's a substantive bike path as part of the travel way on both sides of that section. So I just think it'd be good for you to illustrate what condition are you proposing and how does that relate to the existing public condition?
So
And
just a
that's-
section, so I'm clear, so just a section, I'm imagining northerly, like from the
Yeah,
north looking
yeah,
southerly
a
and just saying,
section northerly from, yeah, with the building at the left and the road at the right.
thank you.
We can do that. The other thing, Doug, that wasn't in this or isn't in the submission so far as we've been working on some 3D views kind of standing in that space, say standing on our sidewalk looking, the one I have on my screen is looking south. You know, it doesn't show yet that public sidewalk. You know, and so it's I don't want to share it tonight, but I think that might also be helpful is to be able to kind of see it from the experiential level as well.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that, I guess I'll offer public comments. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment? Please raise your hand. All right, and I will mention that if this were going to be a more in-depth discussion, I would have asked for board members who participated in the site visits to report. But since we're not really getting that deep into it tonight, I haven't done that. But when you come back, I would like us to start with board member site observations. Okay, so the time now is 7:32. Would any board member like to make a motion to continue? And Chris or Pam, do you have suggestions for a date to which we might continue? Chris?
Well,
Oh, Pam and I could maybe chime in together. I think that it would be helpful to have some indication of what is going on with Concom. And so I would ask Mr. Reedy, when are you planning to submit and when do you think you might have some kind of reaction from Concom? And maybe you would, the planning board would continue its public hearing till a time after the
After.
Concom has at least its first hearing.
So I would expect that we're submitting, if not Friday, probably Monday, Tuesday. I mean, we're just pulling together the application. We have everything. It's just literally, I signed it yesterday. So I would expect to submit it next week. That probably puts us on, maybe, I forget if Concom, let me see, when do they meet usually? Are they second and fourth? They're second and fourth Wednesdays of the month.
yeah, they're opposite us.
Right. So maybe October 9th, maybe the 23rd. And I guess the only other factor to consider is the zoning bylaw amendment. And so I'm going to back up and say, ideally, this is in construction when the ground thaws next spring. So 2025, that would be ideal. And so
how about November 6th for this continued public hearing? Because if the Concom meeting might be either the 9th or the 23rd of
23rd.
October, you'll have some sense of how the Concom is feeling about this by November 6th.
I think that'd be perfect.
Okay. Okay, and we're gonna say at 7:05, right? Because do we expect to be having a later start time?
Yeah, I think we ought to make that assumption.
Okay, So we're gonna say 7:05 on November 6th.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to call on Bruce.
Just for everybody's information, I'll be in Australia at that time, though I just checked my world clock and the meeting would 7, so it would be it'll be 9 in the morning, so I could join.
No,
So with that, I will move continuation of the public hearing until November 6th at 7:05 p.m.
All right, thank you. Jesse?
I'll second that.
Okay. Board members, any other comments about this topic or about the motion to continue the hearing? All right, I am not seeing anything. And we'll start at the end of the last name of the alphabet. Karen,
I approve.
Johanna,
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Fred,
Aye.
Bruce,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. It's unanimous. We are continued to November 6th at 7:05 p.m. Tom and Barry and Jonathan, we'll see you in November.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you.
bye.
All right, the time now is 7:36. And we are about to start the next item on the agenda, which is a public hearing for a project at Amherst College. And I am going to give Lawrence Klutz the opportunity to make a brief statement before we get into it.
Thank you, Doug. I spoke to the attorney of the day today at the Ethics Commission, and given that I'm an Amherst College employee, it was their recommendation that I recuse myself from the discussion and vote on this issue. So I'm going to drop off for a little while, and we'll rejoin you all on the other end.
All right, thank you, Lawrence. I'll get that down soon enough. Okay, so in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, this public hearing has been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted and is being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard regarding SPR 2025-04, Amherst College at 38 Woodside Avenue, requesting a site plan review approval for accessibility improvements to the Amherst College Cadogan House under section 3.330.0 of the zoning bylaw, including a waiver request related to parking for additional waivers that may be needed. Parcel is on map 14A-191 in the RG zoning district. All right, so do we have any board member disclosure other than Lawrence's recusal? Bruce?
I think I understand that my former firm is involved not in the site design of this, but in the building associated with it and the renovations within, which have driven the need to do this work. And since I noticed Jesse's in the audience, I probably should say that although that firm has my name on the door, that's the only residue of any association. I have no business interest, and I feel quite able to participate in this hearing without any conflict. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. Any other disclosures? Okay. All right, so let's see, Pam, we have brought over Chris Chamberlain.
I brought over Chris, but Chris, guide me if there's others.
Sure. Jesse Silman, Seth Wilschutz, and Rachel Belanger.
Okay, I tried to bring Seth over before, but he
They
did-
may stay back, but definitely
Okay.
Jesse. They're here in spirit at least.
Okay, okay. I recognized him. Okay. Wait, I'll give it one more try, see if he wants to come over. All righty.
All right, well, welcome Chris, Jesse, and Rachel, and Seth. Chris, should I assume you will be moderating for your team?
Yes, and unless any surprising questions come up, I may be the only one you hear from, but it's always good to have the team here.
Okay, well, welcome, and you can go on into your presentation.
Great. So I am Chris Chamberlain, Berkshire Design Group, civil engineer on this project. Jesse Selman from C&H Architects is working on the architecture inside the building, and Seth and Rachel, who just joined on, are project managers for Amherst College. So to just orient us all, this is the main campus of Amherst College, close to downtown, as you all know. We are looking at this property here, 38 Woodside Avenue. This entire block is full of properties that are owned by Amherst College, but are not part of the educational district that's associated with campus. It's part of a residential zoning district. And so while the use of the building that we're going to be talking about now is an educational use that is by right, the site improvements are occurring in a residential zone, and so thus triggering site plan review and requesting an official approval from the planning board. This building is here. If you've been down Woodside Avenue, you may recognize it in all its 1960s architectural glory. This was previously the Center for Religious and Spiritual Life, which is actually still listed here on Google, although the college has removed that use to elsewhere in campus and replaced it with certain student service portions of the college administration, and that use is already active in it. In order to support that use in this building, there have been a number of interior modifications that are proposed and moving forward, and enough of that has happened that it's triggered a need to do full accessibility on the building in order to comply with modern codes. In the existing condition, accessibility is inadequate, really. There is sort of a side entrance over here off of a driveway that brings you into an outdated lift that spills onto the main story of the building. It is not compliant in full with current accessibility codes. And even if it were, given that this is going to be the student services building, it's really inadequate for what this use is going to be. And so the proposed project, which I'll bring up in just a moment, is to improve accessibility to this building. And so just before I bring up the plans, I just want to orient a couple of things. So in the existing site, we've got sort of this semicircular driveway, as well as a main staircase. As you can see, the main floor of this building is elevated quite a ways from the street. In addition, we've got a more than 4% grade on the street from left to right in this photo. So there are, as you can imagine, some challenges with creating accessible entry into this building. And so now flipping to the site plan that was submitted, this is the existing site that we were just looking at. And scrolling down, the proposed site plan is here. And really what we're proposing to do is relatively limited. But what we do want to do is first and foremost, create an accessible route and entry from a public way, which complies with code, into the main floor of this building. And the goal is to achieve that at the front main entry, which, as you saw in that first photo, is certainly not possible under existing conditions. And so what this project would do is reconstruct this stairway to create a larger landing at first floor elevation. and then provide a less than 5% sidewalk along this route here to get to the public sidewalk, which then checks off our accessibility requirement per code. Now, since we're not proposing to create formal parking spaces here, there's not a requirement for ADA parking. But once again, since this is the student services department, theoretically, every student on campus at some point in time is going to need to visit this building. It would also be inappropriate to not provide that parking. And so another goal of this project is to create a full legal ADA accessible parking space and then connect that via the public sidewalk to that accessible route that I just described. Now, we went through 8 or 10 different iterations of what we could do with the front of this building to try to do improvements beyond simply just creating a single ADA space. All of them had their challenges. We actually did originally submit a different layout to this project, which DPW disfavored because of potential conflicts between parking spaces and the sidewalk, which sent us once again back to the drawing board to try to come up with additional options. And at the end of the day, all we could come up with were options that created quite a lot of site work for very minimal benefit. And so the college then sort of advanced this as the preferred option, where we'll simply repave and slightly reconstruct this existing access to the front of the building, regrade enough so that we can have a very clear and legally sloping ADA access and some additional sidewalk in order to make that connection. There's an existing bike rack that we'll replace with new bike parking to match the bike racks that were put up at the Lyceum building, which is a little bit behind here, and otherwise retain the site pretty much as is, with the exception of a little bit of exterior lighting to light this path that I'll show in just a moment. And so just to run down what all of those changes are real quick, which I mentioned a number of them, striping and code signage for this accessible parking space, new accessible sidewalk less than 5%, rebuilt stairs with a larger landing. In order to make this slope work here, we are proposing a small 12 to 18 inch segmental block retaining wall, really pretty minimal, but just enough so that we're not causing that slope to spill into the driveway. Repaving of this semicircular driveway, repaving and to a very minor extent reconstruction of the public sidewalk. We are also adding, proposing to add this non-accessible walkway, which is really just a convenience path, knowing that a number of students are going to come from Central Campus through the Lyceum site down this driveway. Inevitably, this would become a goat path, and sometime in the future, facilities would likely come along and want to pave it anyway. So we're going to formalize that path now with a hard surface. The site has an accessible route into the building, so this is simply an additional route, no different than this set of stairs right here, just as convenience for people who want to choose to use that to access the building. And then I'd also note that in the existing condition, this semicircular driveway, as folks at the site visit this morning noticed, is used quite informally as parking for staff and visitors in this building. We anticipate that the southern portion of this driveway may continue to be used informally that way. When the driveway is empty, this accessible space is reachable from 2 directions. In the event that that's continued to use, this parking space is still accessible from the northern portion of this driveway with no problem there. And the remaining space really is not viable for parking. And the college is going to ensure that enforcement of blocking these sidewalks and things like that is taken care of so that this side is open. And I'll just note that some members of the board are probably already familiar with how the college handles parking, but I'll note that the informal parking in this driveway is not part of the college's inventory of parking spaces. They have certain agreements and understandings with the town as to how much parking they're going to have. So the official count of parking spaces on campus doesn't change with this project. And it's important to understand that there is no one in the college community, from the president all the way down to a freshman, who has any reserved parking space on campus. All spaces are available to all college parking pass holders. And there are a number of employees and visitors to this building. When there are parking spaces available nearby, they get they're lucky enough to use them. And if not, they need to park in other parking lots and spaces around campus and walk to the building, which is pretty common across campus. Most people are walking some distance from wherever they may be parking upon arrival to the buildings that they're going to. So this is really no different than the way that the rest of campus operates under that regime. And then the other drawing I'll highlight, we can come back to those others if there are questions, but we did submit a lighting plan that the architectural group put together with a couple of new lighting fixtures that are shielded and downward pointing to create a little more illumination on the landing and new walkway here. There's an existing light, street light on the pole here that pretty well illuminates the street area. And never mind the layout here. This was a previous one of those failed iterations of potential parking on this site. But this lighting plan is really focused on new lighting for the walkway. Lighting for the existing turnaround seems adequate. And so there's really nothing out on the street side that's proposed. And then we just did include, this may help illustrate from another angle, the existing staircase here is to be replaced with a larger landing and then a staircase coming down. And I guess just one last thing, because this did come up in staff comments, they asked about the railing work. And so we provided a quick detail of the handrail. Oh, sorry, that is the wrong one. We provided a detail of the handrail, which I will bring up in just a moment, which is sort of a simplified, stripped down version of the same Julius Bloom handrail that's a campus standard throughout all of the exterior staircases that are going there. So this is really just a stair like many of the other site stairs around campus, visually and functionally. And so that is perhaps even more detail than we need to review this project, but happy to take any questions or comments on any of that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So I think we had a site visit maybe this afternoon. Are there any members of the board who would like to recap what you observed on your site visit? Did we have a site? Okay. Karen.
Yeah, I think it's very straightforward. I think that they've done a very good job at making it accessible. I mean, it's not, the whole thing isn't beautiful or anything like that. It's very practical. And they've gone through every option, and I think we should approve it.
Okay. Questions from the board? Bruce?
Also, just because I was at the site visit as well, but I was late, so I didn't get the full benefit. But I think that Google Street View that Chris provided pretty much gives everybody the same amount of information that we got at the site visit. So no one needs to feel disadvantaged because they weren't there. It was that image just showed everything, and that was pretty much the sum total of the visit. The project certainly involves, as Chris, you have said, the work on the public way, on the sidewalk. Is it I mean, presumably there's a question now of whether the town does this work or whether the college does, whether the college contractor does this work. Is that is that work on the public way something that would be done separately by the town? It seemed like it would be kind of a bit of a nightmare to try and coordinate if it is. What's the plan for that? What are your constraints and approvals associated with whatever you do?
Yeah, and so really we're just repaving that existing sidewalk in the same location. Certainly the college is happy to do that. I think similar to any other sort of development site, when you have a construction site and damage the sidewalk, you come through at the end and replace it, even though it is part of the public sidewalk.
So you would get you would have some approval from the town, from the DPW, I imagine, associated with doing that.
Yes, and the original plan that I mentioned did go to DPW. They were not happy with the layout, but they didn't identify any concerns with reconstructing the sidewalk. I don't think, unless Chris received any at the last minute, I don't think we officially heard back from DPW on this latest plan. But we'd certainly be happy to have a condition that, any work in the right of way be approved by them.
All right, Bruce, I assume that's the end of your questions?
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
I thought I just unmuted myself, but I didn't take my hand.
Chris?
Hi, I just wanted to mention that at the last minute, I sent Pam and Nate some potential conditions and a finding. So when you get to that point, you might want to refer to those.
Okay.
I did not receive those, so Nate, I hope you have them. Perfect.
Okay. Chris, I guess I had a couple of questions. One was about, it seems like a lot of effort on the front of the building for one ADA space, which probably could be just as easily accommodated, if not more easily, at the south end of the building down on the lower level. So I was just wondering, is the part of the interior work, does that include a new elevator or replacing the antiquated lift?
So and Jesse may be able to give a little bit more background on this, but I'll explain what I know. So essentially right now, the accessible entrance, such as it is, comes into a janitor's closet in the basement, and then a lift comes up into a different closet and spills out onto the first floor. It's really bad.
Yeah.
And so theoretically, I suppose there may be an entire elevator that could be here, but CNH worked with the building inspector, and essentially the basement level is just going to be closed off to employees only. And the public facing, if you will, for the college community space is the first floor. And I believe access to the basement level is going to be restricted. Theoretically, the parking would work down here, but it's not an appropriate entrance for really what would be any member of the college community that's going to regularly be accessing this building. So that was explored, but it was really seen as a non-starter and requiring even more work than the site work that you're seeing.
Okay, so the existing antiquated lift is either staying or just being removed, but it's not being improved.
It would stay, but it's not being improved.
Okay.
Right.
All right. All right. And then the second question I have concerns this convenience walk. My experience at another institution of higher education in town is that we're not allowed to do those. That if we don't meet the ADA requirements for a walkway, we don't build it. And so I'm just puzzled why you think you can do this.
But
to
most of the
build a
sidewalks that
non-compliant
exist,
side. I'm sorry?
but most of the sidewalks that exist throughout town are not ADA.
Well,
compliant.
I know existing sidewalks are obviously grandfathered, and sidewalks that are steeper than 5% are allowed next to, as an adjunct to a roadway. But on a, an unimproved site, I guess I'm not familiar with that. So
Well, the college has a tremendous, we have I will say we have an accessible network of pathways, of pedestrian pathways, but by no means are all of the pathways on campus accessible. That would be literally impossible. So
is a walkway like this going to be signed as non-compliant so that nobody in a wheelchair starts down it and discovers they've got a problem?
we sign it the opposite way, right? We sign the accessible path. We don't sign non-accessible paths. We tell people where to go for the accessible path.
Hmm.
And we're putting up signage all over campus over the next, some of them exist now. And they're mostly, a lot of those signs went through planning board and town council approval, and they're coming onto campus over the next few months to direct people where accessible pathways into buildings are. Again, we do the opposite of that. We don't tell people this is not accessible. We say the accessible path is this way.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, your experience is quite different than mine. And I guess I'll leave it at that. Chris?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Nate Malloy has had extensive conversations with the building commissioner about this topic, and maybe he has something to offer.
Okay, Nate?
Sure, he wouldn't allow it because it's new work performed and it has to meet ADA. And so the proposed condition is that all walkways, site walkways meet ADA and AAB. And he would not, approve this walkway right now. And so whether or not it's, part of the accessible route, it's new work performed. It's not a public sidewalk adjacent to the road that has that exception. It's a new walkway. And so, he just won't allow it. And so he doesn't think he thinks the planning board should approve it with that condition that it meets ADA and AAB. And, and then either they can discuss it after the fact or figure out how to build it. But as shown, it is not, it wouldn't be compliant. And so that's my understanding as well. It's not, if there's an existing pathway and it's out of tolerance and you're going to rebuild it, it needs to become compliant. And if it's a ramp, it needs landings and handrails and, the proper slope, not, 12% is incredibly steep.
Yeah, it does seem like, at that slope, you probably could make it a ramp with the handrails and landings. So Nate, it sounds like one condition that we might want to impose is that all sidewalks that are part of this project meet ADA and MAAB.
Right. I mean, that's kind of implied, but maybe explicitly would be important for that one walkway.
Yeah, I would request that be that it defer to review by the building commissioner as opposed to stating that requirement directly. I think that our team would want to have those same conversations and make sure we understand. My understanding has always been that an accessible route to a building is required by AAB, but not that all possible routes be made accessible. But that's not obviously those conversations have been had offline, and I don't think we need to have that in this forum. But as long as we have some flexibility to defer to the building commissioner at least, as opposed to just stating that that's going to be the requirement of this plan, I think that we'd be fine with that condition.
Well, the building commissioner cautioned the planning board approving something that's out of compliance and out of tolerance.
Yeah, I mean, it
I think
seems
we
like
have a difference of opinion on his interpretation, and we have those often, and I think we are requesting that we have that conversation directly with him.
Right, and if you have the conversation, sounds like he would have to be convinced that what you're doing is compliant with
Yes, and we're fully
ADA
on board
and
with that. We do that all the time.
MAAB. So if we put that condition on, it would still leave you the flexibility to have your conversation with the inspector.
Yeah, and to be clear, those are conversations we have all the time, and we have many situations where their initial interpretation is reversed.
So be it. Bruce.
I kind of agree that we shouldn't impose this condition. I don't know if this is a strong proposal, but it seems to me that it's not our obligation to enforce the state building codes and architectural access board codes. That's the building commissioner's domain. And I don't think by approving this, particularly with the minutes that will be associated with this hearing, that we need to condition it. I think it would be better that we didn't. That, as both parties have said, gives them room to negotiate or discuss or whatever. And then, depending on the outcome, if we don't have a condition in there, they wouldn't have to come back and modify whatever that condition might be, depending on the outcome. I don't think it reflects badly on us, as I say, but because the discussion is minuted, I think it would be appropriate for us not to. I'm troubled that the building commissioner would think that it was necessary for the planning board to get involved in state regulations.
Okay. Board members, other comments? No other comments. Oh, Karen.
I agree with Bruce. I think that we should give Amherst College the flexibility to have this conversation with the building commissioner as they have had experience with it.
Okay, Nate?
Sure. I guess one other comment is that during the discussion, it was mentioned that other cars may end up parking in the driveway. And so, it was a question that staff had asked, because, it could very well be that this space becomes, inaccessible, it can't be reached. And so, if cars end up parking here, I mean, you're saying, oh, well, then someone could also come in here because there's no way a car could park here, but, cars often park like this. And so, unless there's clear signage indicating that it remains open, I would be concerned that, cars would continue to, use this eyebrow, as we call it, to park, however, the cars park. And so,
Chris, how do you?
Is there signage or anything that will indicate that this needs to be available as, a drive-up aisle? And
Yeah, so in this area, in order to park here, I think as was just drawn, you'd have to block the sidewalk, which would be parked illegally, and the college police would enforce that. Regardless, I don't think we would have an objection, and Seth can correct me if I'm wrong, we wouldn't have an objection to adding signage or potentially hatching striping in front of this area so that we can ensure that at all times there's at least one access to this parking space.
Okay. Let's try to remember to require that. All right. Nate, you sounded like you had draft findings and conditions. Is that correct?
yes, yeah.
Okay. So given that it seems like, well, I haven't seen them, so I don't know how long they are. I'm thinking maybe we should take a 5-minute break now. We usually do that at around 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's 5 conditions, and the findings are as simple as that the board finds this meets the criteria of 11.24.
Okay. All right,
So,
well,
I mean,
then
we
let's
can take a
continue.
break, but they're not extensive findings or conditions.
Okay. All right, so maybe Nate, if you could bring them up.
Here, let me is that visible for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
And I was just working on 5. So the first possible condition, the project shall be built substantially in accordance with the plans submitted to the planning board and approved on today's date. The project shall be managed substantially in accordance with the management plan submitted with the application and approved by the board on. The condition 3 is the secondary 3-foot wide pathway between the front entrance and the driveway on the north side shall meet ADA and AAB requirements. So there was a discussion about removing this or modifying it to say that it would be discussed with the building commissioner. I don't know where the board would want to go with that.
All right, well, we've heard from Bruce and Karen that they would support removing that. Jesse, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it should be in there. I think it should be building commissioner discussion.
Okay. Johanna, any comments from you on that?
It sounds like at UMass, it's a requirement. In any other parking or any other sidewalk of this type in the town, would it also be required? I feel like I need more information to know exactly which whether just deferring to the building commissioner on this is the kind of
Yeah,
cleanest way to move forward.
I think it probably is the cleanest way to move forward, to defer to the commissioner. You know, we would need to modify number 1 so that it's, you know, substantially as drawn with or without the secondary walkway as determined by the building commissioner. So, but I don't think it's necessary to reference other experiences in town.
I mean, to me, if let's play this out. Say the building commissioner says, "Oh, it needs out of tolerance. It can't be built." If they remove it, to me, it's a de minimis change to the plans. But if we want to have that the first condition allow that or some changes, we could make that, Doug, that language change as you suggested.
Okay. So I guess it sounds like we should remove that. Yep. And then 4, all exterior lights shall be downcast and not shine onto adjacent properties. Bruce?
I think Nate was going to say something, but I was going to suggest that we add that the work in the public way receive approval from the DPW. And I like the idea of signage or striping to indicate that no parking on the northern outfall of the semicircular driveway.
Yeah, so condition 4, now 3 would be, you know, as Doug mentioned, the exterior lights. The next one would be there shall be signage indicating that the handicap space and aisle remain available, and we can modify that.
Could it be signage or signage or striping? Because Chris mentioned the option of striping as a way of doing that.
Right. And then work within the public way shall be approved by Public Works before installation. We say construction, but
okay.
Okay.
I mean, I see the work in the public way as, you know, it's more than maintenance, but it's really just replacing what's there. And so when Public Works commented on the other iterations, I think the engineer also just said, well, you know, if you repaved it or if it was considered almost like maintenance, we'd be okay with it. And so, I mean, that helped with, you know, the decision probably to keep what's there, just given all the complexities of slope and access requirements, but we can still have them check.
You have an interesting typo in number 6 there, Nate.
Mm.
Okay. Fred,
Yeah, two things. One is item 5. After the word aisle, I would add the words R2, ARE 2. Yes, are to remain available. My major concern is with striking out item 3, because the way I read item 3, maybe I'm wrong. I thought item 3 described that long meandering ADA compliant path that first went north, then a little bit east, and then south into the main entrance. I thought that's what 3 was, and 3 is AAB compliant. Am I missing that?
Yeah. If I sketch this quickly, here's the road. They were going to put a walkway here to the front of the building, which is here. This section is 5 feet. This is 4 feet. And then the 3-foot path was this, dog leg up to the driveway of the Lyceum. So I think it's like the 3-foot identifier is calling out just kind of this one section of path.
Well,
Which
I'm
is not
still
part
not,
of the accessible
I'm
route.
still not confident that what's struck out here is what we want struck out.
well, if we take it out, we won't have anything to be misleading people.
I mean, if I were writing this, I'd leave 3 exactly the way it came in, and I'd add another one that that describes that rearward path and sends that to the building commissioner.
So you be in favor of that, of explicit.
Yeah, I'd leave it in, and then I would, with
Well, we do,
another item, I would address the path that runs, I guess, northeast, that I think I heard was a 10 or 12% grade. That's a non-starter in terms of AAB, but I don't think it's what's described in 3.
well, we don't really need a description of the ADA compliant path in the conditions, because it's basically the whole point of the project. And the drawings show that it is compliant.
And typically we don't have a condition like this at all, because staff reviews it to make sure that it's compliant, right? We'll make sure the slopes are good. And so, in a typical site plan, once it gets to the building permit application, the inspectors also look at it. And if it's something that needs to be changed, they can change, and it can be de minimis, or it will come back to the planning board. And so it's implied that typically all work shown on a site plan is going to have to be reviewed by the inspectors and be compliant. And so, this was suggested just because of that one steep part. And, I think it could be removed, knowing that it will still be reviewed by the building commissioner and building inspectors. And if it needs to then change the site plan significantly, it could come back, or as Doug mentioned, we could change condition 1 so that it says, substantially in accordance with the plans, or, and as discussed or approved by the building commissioner. And then that, to me, that would allow that conversation to happen.
Yeah, I think, Fred, I think you and actually I are in the minority on this, that we don't really need to call this out. And I don't think we need to call out explicitly that the compliant actual ADA route to the front door that's being proposed to be constructed needs to meet ADA and AAB, because it clearly shows on the drawings that it does. All right, Fred, I will take your silence as
Yeah.
perhaps the, okay, all right. There were a number of other hands up. Do any of you want to go ahead and speak? Karen?
So as I understand it, this path that's steep is just being built or it's being paved because that is the way that the traffic is going to go. And otherwise it's just going to be a dog path, you know, and look terrible. So that is a question. Do you just let it be a dog path and then you have no responsibility because you haven't paved it, or do you pave it? But I think the building commissioner and Amherst College should have that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's the way we're headed. Seth?
I was gonna just echo Karen's comment that we will of course have the conversation with the building commissioner. We would never propose to do something that's not compliant. That said, if people are going to walk the path anyway, which they will, then having paving there for people who are able to use it is generally going to be safer than not. And so that was the whole purpose of the pathway. I think if we go down this path and we do not convince Rob Mora otherwise, we would just delete that portion of the path.
Yep, I think I agree with you. Jesse?
I would also suggest that you not start the precedent of needing to list all the laws that need to be followed for your projects. I think that that would be a difficult path, pun intended, for your group to follow.
Thank you. All right, so at the moment, I don't see any additional hands. Nate, at the moment, we've got 5 conditions. Condition number 3 is struck. I assume the date of approval would be today. The finding, we have the one finding that the board finds that the project complies with the relevant criteria of section 11.24 of the bylaw. So we probably need a motion to adopt the findings as drafted here, or the conditions, to adopt the finding as drafted and to close the public hearing.
We could ask if there's comment, public comment.
Public comments? Yeah. Well, we only have 3 members of the public. So we have, do any of you want to make a comment about this project? I am not seeing any hands from the public. And Bruce, looks like you're the next hand.
Yes, I would move that the board grants approval of SPR 2025-04, the Amherst College 30 Woodside Avenue project with the findings as presented, drafted, and with the 5 conditions as presented, drafted, and to close the public hearing.
Okay. Johanna?
Second the motion.
Okay. I probably should have done this before Bruce's motion, but I guess I just wanted to ask, we did talk about altering condition number 1.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to do that, or should we leave it just the way it is?
I rather liked as the mover, I rather liked your suggestion, Doug. It seemed like it headed off a small rabbit.
Okay. So I think the simplest phrasing I heard actually was from Nate, something to the effect that we added as approved on today's date, or as amended by the building commissioner in subsequent
Review.
review. Thank you. Does that seem appropriate, Nate?
Sure.
Okay.
I think it also dignifies the conversation we've been having. It's somehow obliquely represented in the
Right.
in the conditions. So yes, I
Okay, so
friendly amendment accepted.
Thank you. And I forget who our seconded person was, Johanna?
It was me. Yeah, I am fine keeping my second as amended.
Okay, fine. All right, any further comments from the board? All right, so we have that motion and we will go through a roll call. Starting with you, Bruce.
I approve.
Thank you. Fred?
I approve.
All right, Jesse?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Lawrence is recused. Johanna?
Aye.
Karen?
I,
I'm an aye as well. 6 in favor, 1 recusal. Chris and team, thank you for coming. I'll be interested to know what the resolution is since I live with this ambiguity in ADA daily. And good luck.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I.
All right. Time is 8:26. Why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break? Try to get back shortly after 8:30. Okay, please turn on your video as you return so we know you're back. And Pam, maybe we should bring over the Wayfinders folks. Okay. Chris, should we wait for Nate to come back? Can't hear you.
Nate might want to give an intro.
Okay.
He did when this appeared before the zoning board of appeals. It was quite a good intro.
Okay. So we'll give him a couple minutes.
Jamie, is Bruce part of your presentation team?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll bring him over as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Remarkably few public participants
Yeah.
this evening for quite a few things. Everybody's on watching the full moon or something.
I don't know.
I just sent Nate a text to see if he wants to give an intro. So maybe we wait one more minute.
I texted him too. His phone's gonna go bing, bing, bing.
I think the full moon was last night with a partial eclipse. It was very cool.
Yeah, it was too
Yeah.
cloudy for us. But anyway, some people get days wrong, so like me.
The actual capacity of the full moon is supposed to be visible through tomorrow, I believe. It's very cloudy up here on the hill tonight, but last night it was stunning. I mean, you could have read a book outside. It was so bright. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if Nate is coming back or not.
Okay.
So go ahead.
All right. So I guess I'll read what you guys have given me to read for this introduction. Time is 8:35. We're resuming our meeting. This is a presentation from, and it's a presentation on a project that's before the Zoning Board of Appeals. This project came to us several months ago, and the then board made a whole lot of comments on this project. And the applicant is back to show us where the design has gone. And I see with this intro, I've delayed long enough for Nate to return. We'd given up on you, Nate.
I was having a quick dinner.
Okay, so I will read the following. Presentation regarding a request for a comprehensive permit under Mass General Law, Chapter 40B, to construct a 31-unit mixed-income rental housing development in a 3-story development with on-site parking proposed at 31 Southeast Street, map 15A, parcel 20, in the RVC zone, and a 47-unit mixed-income rental housing in a 3-story building with on-site parking at 70 Belchertown Road. That's map parcels 15C, 58, 59, and 60 in the RN and FPC districts. So Nate, Chris thought maybe you wanted to do an intro of your own. If that's so, go ahead, and otherwise we'll welcome James and Bruce.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, everyone. Nate Malloy, in case there's any attendees or anyone listening. So this is a comprehensive permit, a 40B application. The hearing was already opened by the ZBA. It's been continued till tomorrow night, and it will be continued probably for a number of hearings. And so this is coming to the planning board as part of the transmittal process. And after this discussion, you can make recommendations or provide comments to the ZBA as part of their review. So it's also to show you what's changed from a previous meeting, but now it's actually officially an application. So this is a time when you can provide comments or recommendations to the zoning board. In terms of the project, the town's been working on this for a number of years. Gosh, it could be about 7 or 8 years to get affordable housing in East Amherst. So there's the school site, and then the town purchased the properties. There was 3 properties on Belchertown Road for the specific purpose of affordable housing. Then working with the Housing Trust, we developed a request for proposals. Wayfinders responded with a few other developers, and they were chosen by the town because of their response. And so we had criteria for a number of things in terms of affordability, programmatic elements on the site, marketing, kind of more than just a normal marketing, broader marketing to be more inclusive. And so Wayfinders was chosen, and we've been working with them for a few years now to get to this point. And so we're pretty excited about it. And so each site is really has a lot happening, right? In terms of what the town wanted, in terms of saving the East Street School, number of units, open space, everything. There wasn't a lot of room for, say, some other maybe amenity spaces or certain things that maybe other projects have because of what we wanted in terms of at least 45 affordable units to make the financial piece work. Wayfinders came up with a really nice proposal. And so, as a comprehensive permit, it means all local regulations, both zoning and general bylaw regulations, can be waived to have the plans built because, the idea is that the need for affordable housing outweighs some of those regulations. And then they're also going through a notice of intent approval with the Conservation Commission because there's state regulations in place in terms of the Belchertown Road site, and also there's some wetlands on East Street School. But we're really happy with where it is right now in terms of the design, site design, and architecture. All the plans they've done. They've worked with the neighbors. They've met with neighbors. There hasn't been anything but positive feedback. It's actually been pretty quiet at the zoning board. There's one minor comment about a design element from an abutting neighbor that can be worked out. It was pretty minor in my opinion, and so we're pretty happy to have this move forward. Kind of a broader picture is that it's taken a long time to get here, and if this is approved, it still has to apply for permitting, financing, and then go through building permit, and it will still be another few years before it would be available as a fully constructed building for occupancy. And so the timeline for something like this can be 8 to 10 years. And so, it's just, we're in the middle of it, but it is, a longer planning horizon than some other private projects. So I guess with that, I can conclude unless there's specific questions about the 40B process.
Okay, thank you, Nate. Welcome, James and Bruce, and show us where you're at.
Gonna try to share the screen here. Let's see.
I saw your screen briefly, then it went away.
All right. How about that? Can you all see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, great. Great. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you all. Good evening. My name is Jamie Gruber. I'm a project manager at Wayfinders, the Real Estate Development Department. I'd like to start out by thanking the town staff and the members of the board for scheduling this time for us to present the project and the changes that we've made in response to our last presentation to the planning board in the spring. As Nate said, we've had our first hearing with the Zoning Board of Appeals for our comprehensive permit application that we submitted in July, and as well as our first hearing with the Conservation Commission. Both of those were in late August, and I'm going to just give you a brief overview of the project in general, just to kind of refresh everyone's memory of what it is. And yeah. So Wayfinders is the largest nonprofit housing provider serving Western Mass for over 50 years. And our organization provides services in the housing arena from homelessness through home ownership. Wayfinders is a developer, a property manager, as well as a provider of housing related services to the broader community. Because we develop the properties with a commitment to owning and managing them long term, we're invested in working with the communities that surround each site. In terms of serving those who don't live in our properties, our housing centers in Springfield, Holyoke, and Northampton provide access to a wide variety of programs, including emergency rental assistance, first-time homebuyer education, or and employment services. Wayfinders has completed over 60 rental development projects, creating over 1,300 units, and currently owns and manages over 800 rental units in Western Massachusetts across multiple sites, primarily up and down the I-91 corridor. Here are a few of our developments. They include Butternut Farms in Olympia Oaks and Amherst. Northampton, we have Live 155 in the Lumberyard on Pleasant Street, as well as Sargent House on Bridge Street, and Library Commons is one of our Holyoke developments. Wayfinders will serve as a developer and project sponsor and will manage the project once completed. Our development team is we have Shat Schwartz and Fenton with Ellen Fryman, who's experienced in both affordable housing and 40B permits. The Narrowgate Architecture, a mission-driven firm focused on affordable and supportive housing, as well as niche engineers, CBA landscape architects, O'Reilly Talbot at Oaken, NEI General Contracting as our pre-construction manager, and Airtight Energy Consulting to provide sustainability and passive house consulting services. As Nate mentioned, this has been years in the making, and it has a significant investment in the town of Amherst and the Amherst Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, including providing the town land, town funds, and a lot of town staff time, all working collaboratively towards the goal to create more affordable housing. As Nate mentioned, the developments proposed on 2 town-owned parcels. CPA funds were used to determine the feasibility of affordable at the former East Street School. And in 2019, Amherst Town Council voted to authorize the town manager to convey the property for affordable housing and mixed income housing purposes. At Belchertown Road, the town of Amherst purchased the 3 lots in the spring of 2021 for community housing purposes under a CPA and with affordable housing trust funds, and later combined the 3 parcels, formerly 72, 76, and 80 Belchertown Road, into 1 parcel. And in the fall of 2021, the town issued an RFP for inviting developers to submit a vision for affordable housing, mixed income housing at the former East Street School and Belchertown Road in the East Village Center area. And Wayfinders was responded and selected as a preferred developer. The town has also supported development by providing an additional $1 million in CPA and ARPA funds, undertaking roadway and infrastructure improvements at Belchertown Road, funded with community development block grant funds. The upgraded infrastructure will include a crosswalk in the front of the proposed development site that will cross Belchertown Road to better serve the bus stop in Colonial Village across the street. The town will also undertake an ecological restoration project to repair the culverts below the existing parking area at 31 Southeast Street And this work will include stream channel and wetland restoration in the rear portion of the lot. That's all wetlands and undevelopable. So we're extremely grateful for the robust town support that we've received this far and excited to be part of this development. So, as I mentioned, Wayfinders was selected as the preferred developer. A land development agreement was entered into, and the town giving us site control. As we work through the pre-development phase, we've worked through a lot of the environmental, historical, and land surveying. That this development will be funded by leveraging over $30 million in federal, state, and local sources, primarily through low-income housing tax credits. We've completed phase 1 environmental site assessments, hazardous material surveys, wetland and resource area delineations, soil and geotechnical engineering studies, and we've given notice to the Massachusetts Historical Commission and completed property boundary surveys and title work, as well as traffic studies. The design work has progressed far beyond the conceptual stage to arrive at the current design. When we tried to, engage the town and community as we did that. And we've had multiple meetings with town staff, town department heads, including the fire department, engineering department, building department, conservation agent, and the planning staff. We've also given additional presentations to the Amherst Historical Commission, the previous planning board presentation. The Amherst Municipal Affordable Housing Trust reached out to neighbors and abutters, and we helped to give some, additional information sessions so that we could get feedback and recommendations and, incorporate them into the design. The most notable comments that we did receive allowed us to make, and that was from the planning board, allowed us to make the significant changes to Belchertown Road, the aesthetics, and review many of the items that were discussed in that meeting prior to us submitting the comp permit. So just to remind you, here's Amherst Center. That 31 Southeast Street is it's 2 sites. They're both located in the East Village Center, and they're restaurants, convenience stores, and coffee shops, along with other businesses and services. And it's also just a short walk to downtown Amherst, where there are many amenities and services. Each site is conveniently located adjacent to a PVTA bus stop. The Route 30 bus provides regular daily service between Old Belchertown Road and Puffton Village via Amherst Downtown Common and UMass campus. There's also a Valley Bike Share hub at the intersection of College Street and Belchertown Road, just a few minute walk from each site. And as noted earlier, the construction along Belchertown Road includes, that's occurring right now, includes the installation of a new crosswalk in front of the proposed development, and this will create a direct path to the bus stop right here. And here's the actual bus route. So you have 31 Southeast Street and a bus stop right there, and then 70 Belchertown Road is going to be proposed right here with the bus stop right across the street. The zoning, the East Street sites in the residential RVC Village Center Residential Zoning District. The immediate neighborhood includes both single-family and multifamily homes that are owner-occupied, tenant-occupied. Additionally, there's Watson Farms nearby, contributing to the residential density of the area. The neighborhood also features a variety of other property uses, such as religious organization, several small commercial office buildings that provide local business services, and the Fort River Elementary School is also across the street here. The 70 Belchertown roadside is located within the residential district RN neighborhood residence, and the portion of the site that will remain undeveloped is located within the Resource Protection District, the flood-prone conservancy zone. This site is surrounded by a mix of single and multifamily residences, including Colonial Village across the street, with many amenities nearby, such as a bank, auto repair shop, convenience store, and gas station. Here's the aerial map. Here's the school and Southeast Street. This is the front portion of the lot. And then here's the 70 Belchertown Road site here. Here's 31 Southeast Street. We have the existing school that we're going to, restore the exterior and replace all the windows and as part of the project. This is the existing school site, the front portion that'll be developed on the lot over here. And this is the existing Belchertown Road site. The building will be sited along the road and out front with the parking in the rear of the building, which will be back here, and the building will be kind of up front and around the corner. There's 2 single-family homes on there that'll be removed as part of the project. So the plans, they have incorporated many features that will provide much needed affordable housing while minimizing the effects on the environment and surrounding community. In order to maximize the housing provided, we looked to most efficiently use the buildable area at each site. Our plans include buildings that will provide barrier-free housing and elevator access to all floors and units. The buildings will be designed and built with sustainability as a core goal and incorporate energy efficiency measures consistent with Passive House and Enterprise Green communities. The buildings will be all electric and will seek to install solar arrays for on-site renewable energy. Our development will also have an on-site property manager or management allowing for a meaningful presence. So here's a 31 Southeast Street school. It's going to create 31 units with a mix ranging from studios to 3 bedrooms, from a studio to 3 bedrooms. It'll include the adaptive reuse of the existing school into 6 apartments, also including a common laundry room and indoor bike storage. The new construction addition will create 25 units and will include an on-site office and a community room for residents to use. The community room would be out in this front portion of the area, and there's a courtyard in between. The existing school is sort of set back, and the portion that allowed for the construction on the site was up, along the road here. So we included a courtyard there to preserve the view of the site. At the planning board, the meeting, there was comments on the architecture, the visibility of the historic school, the connection to the street, and also we were asked to kind of look at if we could possibly add additional units, as well as discussing the circulation of traffic and pedestrians. We responded to all of these directly in the comments received by the board in our comprehensive permit application to the town. But for the architecture, we worked with the design team to further refine the aesthetics to include a more pronounced pedestrian entrance from Southeast Street. And we removed a covered concrete area that was sort of like a front porch while retaining an architectural roof element to break up the massing. And it allowed us to, put some additional plantings and that sort of thing in the front of the building. The area new construction will be focused on the front of the site. And that's mainly to preserve the wetlands that are in the rear of the parcel. And then, our team looked at adding additional units, but the building was kept to 2 and 3 stories tall to keep the overall scale of the building in line with the surrounding neighborhood context. And design includes elements such as, articulated facade with bays and dormers under composition of hipped and gable roofs to maintain this theme. Wayfinders performed a parking study and determined the proposed parking is appropriate to meet the demands of the site, based upon the parking data from other Wayfinders properties, the availability of on-site and on-street parking, and the ease of access to other modes of transportation. For pedestrian access and circulation, the town, we understand the town's studying Southeast Street and considering installing sidewalks and crosswalks to provide better access to the new school. And as I mentioned, the Southeast Street, the parking and the driveway will remain in a similar location to the existing parking. The addition will be along the road, and the plantings have been incorporated in the front of the in between the road and the building, and this is the wetland line is this. So the existing parking area and driveways back here, and that ecological restoration area will be within the wetlands area. And I think the Conservation Commission or conservation agent in the town is working on that. Now I'll switch to the Belchertown Road. This will be entirely new construction. And as you can see, if you remember, in direct response to the planning board comments, our design team worked diligently to create a more elegant design with aesthetic improvements to enhance the look and feel of the building prior to us issuing our comprehensive permit application. I know following that meeting, we had sort of weekly meetings. We met with town staff, we met with our architects and engineers to kind of, really work through this. And we wanted to get this, get this up to what the, the town really liked and would, took those comments very seriously. So, we added details, and they included cladding, material changes, horizontal banding, some peak dormers and bays to create a more interesting facade. It encompasses both the traditional and modern elements while complementing each other in the harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. The 3-story building will create 47 units with a mix of units ranging from studios to 3 bedrooms. Similar to the East Street School, the elevator access will be provided to all levels and will provide indoor bike storage, laundry room, and community room for the residents, in addition to a management office. Additional planning comments from the planning board included a front setback distance, the connection to the street, and the investigation of adding additional units or stories. Our design team assessed different options to move the building further from the road, at the suggestion of the planning board, and found that moving the building would reduce the access and circulation around the building, and would reduce the courtyard area in the rear of the building designated for kind of outdoor use by the residents, and require the site improvements to be pushed closer to the wetland area in the rear of the site. So, our team's confident that the building is being built to the Passive House standards with super insulated walls and triple pane windows, and provide a serene environment within the housing units that will not be adversely impacted by vehicular traffic on Belchertown Road. Although many residents are expected to enter the building from the parking lot at the rear, the covered front entrance welcomes pedestrians and bike riders approaching the building. The design team redesigned the walkways in the front to be more welcoming for this type of traffic, and changes in materials and colors of the covered front entry to further accentuate the entrance. The design team also looked at different options for variations in roof form, facade articulation, fenestration organization, and selective cladding variations, the lap siding, board and batten, architectural paneling, all to help reduce the building scale. Where the facing Route 9, the building's primary roof lines reach down to 2-story height to match the surrounding area and neighborhood, keeping it. And we also looked at adding some additional units, but we kept it as it was originally, and just to keep with the height and everything of the building. So there's 47 units, and we did make a slight adjustment after our initial zoning board of appeals meeting, and we added 6 additional parking spaces in the rear, and just for some kind of overflow parking. And here's a site plan of that. So here's Belchertown Road across the front, the The parking area in the rear will be accessed via the driveway. The dumpsters will be screened with like a wood kind of cedar type fence around that. And what we changed is we had a very large drop-off area, and without really impacting the impervious area, kind of keeping it the same, we decided to reduce that and add some sort of overflow parking spaces here. So we're able to add 6 spaces kind of within the same amount of, original footprint, which would give us, the potential to have a few different drop-off spaces, and as well as, we could have some overflow parking. And the wetlands are in the rear of the site, and there's the stormwater basin in the back as well. And it's going to be landscaped along here to provide a buffer to the resource area. So just to give you income restrictions and affordable housing are all based on area median income levels, or AMI. These might be, you might be familiar with these, but these are a few examples of the income limits for various household sizes within this area. So currently 60% area median income for a family of 4 in our region is around $65,700. So which is right here. And so the apartments will be rented to a mix of between 30, 30 or less, or 50 or less, 60 less, 80%, and then market rate is unrestricted. So here are just some rent tiers that are kind of calculated based on today's numbers. As Nate said, that this is, you probably won't be in for construction for a couple of years, so without residents moving in, so these numbers may change. But all of the rents will at this Wayfinders property are intended to include heating, cooling, electric, and hot water. And here's the overall mix. So 23 of the units, and they'll be split up between 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. So we'll have 23 units at 30% AMI or less. We'll have another 7 units or 50% of AMI or less, and then 19 units at 60% AMI or less, or 80% units. We'll have 19 of those, and then we'll have 10 market rate units at the Southeast Street site. And then here are how the income mixes follow at each site individually. And then right now we're in the permitting phase, and that started when our project eligibility application went into the executive office of the Housing and Livable Communities earlier this year. And during that process is when it was presented to the town, and we were able to give that presentation to the planning board when it was out for public comment, the initial public comment. During this phase, we also presented to the Historic Commission and hosted an independent online information session. And we incorporated a lot of that feedback into the design. And then we were issued our project eligibility letter in June, which allowed us to be eligible to put in our application for a comprehensive permit through the Zoning Board of Appeals. According to the project eligibility letter from EOHLCs, the findings included, among other things, that the proposed project appears generally eligible under the requirements of the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. The proposed housing design is appropriate for the sites, and the proposed project appears financially feasible in the context of the Amherst housing market. We anticipate permitting will run through the fall and wrap up in early winter and be fully permitted prior to our submission of this year's state's funding round that typically occurs in January or February. Due to the competitive funding round process, we expect the financing to be complete, leading the development into construction into 2027. So around this time. From there, we expect an 18-month construction period, wrapping up and being fully leased in 2028 and managed by our property management division. He said Wayfinders professionally manages over 800 affordable rental home units in communities across Western and Central Massachusetts, and we have culturally diverse portfolio properties that address the needs of specific demographics like older adults, low-income families, people with disabilities. We offer a range of apartment options from single-room occupancy to 4-bedroom apartments. Our property management and residential service teams work closely to create a positive and productive relationships with our residents. And the result of this collaboration is a genuine sense of community through social activities, workshops, meetings, and services. The permitting, the sites are being permitted concurrently with the Conservation Commission due to the wetland resources on each site, and we'll work with both the commission and the ZBA throughout the permitting process. So the town's zoning does not currently allow for the proposed density of the apartment buildings, so a comprehensive permit is sought, including some waivers of the development. Yeah, and that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions or any
Jamie,
comments.
before we take questions, I just want to highlight one thing. I think the members of the commission remember our last meeting, and we received a lot of very pointed comments, especially about the Belchertown Road site. And Jamie said we've made those changes. So I don't know if people went back and looked at it, but I think it might be interesting to quickly show what we showed you like 3 months ago compared to what we have today. Would you like me to just pop that on the screen for a second? Because it's really, this was sort of a long presentation, but there was one very dramatic. Jimmy, let me share my screen.
Yeah, Bruce, I appreciate your thinking of that. That had gone through my head. It has been several months, and it's hard to remember exactly what we saw.
So I'm going to share now. So can people see this?
Yep.
Yes.
So that's what you looked at a few months ago. People remember that well, I'm sure. We got a lot of comments. I think we could call them criticisms, and they were good comments. And I'll I have no shame in saying you guys were right, and it was really good to get that feedback, because then we made a change. And here, can people see the new design now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's one. Okay, we don't have to look at that. The changes here, it's not just that we've sort of turned this sort of, I'll say poorly executed modern version of something into something that's a little bit more traditional, but it's not purely traditional, clearly. But it fits into the context of the Amherst community, we believe, much better. It's the way that the mass is broken up with different design elements and colors, roof pitches, not just on the front, but along the driveway side of the building is not this one kind of undifferentiated mass, but we've broken that up. And the other major change here is to the front entrance. We received comments on both properties about how the front of the building and the entrance really address the street. And, we've, created a more substantial front porch area. And instead of having just a straight sidewalk coming out perpendicular from the building to the street, we created this, it's not a arched driveway, but it's an arched walkway that really connects people walking down the street and the bus stop and the people across the street really connect into the site, and so that the front of the building really feels like it's reaching out to the rest of the Belchertown Road street. So I just thought it was worth really looking at the before and after, and I just want to sort of thank the commission for its comments a few months ago, because we think that this is also a much better project, and I'm hoping that you do too. That's all.
Well, thank you, Bruce.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing now. Is it okay if I stop sharing?
What's that?
Can I stop sharing now?
Sure, sure. Although we may want to bring that rendering back depending on the comments we get. But
okay.
Thank you for bringing the before up, and your gracious acceptance of our comments. I do remember that meeting was pretty pointed. Okay, board members. Are we all mollified? Are we silent tonight? Karen.
Yes, so kudos. It's beautiful what you've done. I'm very impressed and I'm grateful. It's an exciting project. Every phase of what you have explained, I just kept thinking, yes, that sounds great. That sounds really good. So yeah, I'm very impressed. I just wanted to again say I like the fact that you said, okay, then this is welcoming and people will be coming on bicycles and walking. And so you have to plan for that and have some bicycle rack, a place for the bicycle rack so that they can really put their bicycle, park it there and come in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And just keep thinking of that we're transitioning more and more, hopefully, in the center of town. And this is going to be also the center of town and close to elementary schools. Just finding a way to have kind of dedicated bicycle routes so that people with children feel safe going by bicycle and leaving their bicycle somewhere. So keep working on that, I guess.
Yeah,
But
let me say it's not highly visible in this rendering, or you're not looking at the rendering anymore, but under that front sort of porch, there are bicycle racks. There's also bicycle racks in the rear of the building. And then there's indoor bicycle parking. I think there's one indoor bicycle spot for every unit. So I think we have about 48 indoor units or bicycle parking spaces, and we do a bike racks front and back. So we absolutely.
amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Bruce, thought I saw your hand.
Yes, you did. This is, I agree with Karen. This is really quite a substantial change, particularly the Belchertown Road. I looked at the E Street project as well, and I remember, Doug, you had some rather interesting observations there about making the school be more visible. I'll be interested to hear what you think about the changed or the current version of that scheme. I'll focus on the Belchertown Road scheme. I think it's really heartening to think that since you did provide us with the material first, we looked at it both before the meeting and during the meeting. We discussed it. You heard us clearly, and Bruce, you just mentioned that you thanked us for the thought and whatever conversation we had about it. It's rare actually that I feel as a member of this board that we've actually made some noticeable contribution to the community. It's a bit like you throw balls in the bushes and hope that the dog finds them, But in this case, it seems to be pretty clear that our time spent with you was very well spent, and I appreciate that and feel good on behalf of my colleagues here. So yes, many of the things that you've mentioned seem to make so much more sense. I think you balanced the front setback. I can see We did push, I know I particularly was arguing for pushing the building back and so forth, but it seems that you've gone through an exercise that recognizes the forces that are pushing the building forward from the back and the forces that are pushing the building back from the front. And it seems that you've achieved an equilibrium, a thoughtful equilibrium there, and I appreciate that effort. The better front is clearly more welcoming. The columns there, you've got double columns. I always think that's a friendly thing to do. It's a good way of making a building look, an entrance porch and so forth, have a presence without it being too heavy. So I like the way you did that. I note that the sidewalk is on your side of the road. You show it right on the road. And I also note that there's a sidewalk that is shown on the opposite side of the road, and I see there's a pedestrian crossing that runs. So it looks as though the Belchertown Road has a sidewalk on one side, and so your sidewalk is really not trying to, I suppose, be something that the future would expect that sidewalk would run all the way up to Echo Hill or what have you. But it did make me think. I wonder whether in the future there would be two sidewalks, one on either side of the road, and if that was the case, whether you might not have that concrete sidewalk right on the curb. That just seemed a little awkward and odd to me. I would think that don't have anything there or have something that's pushed back a bit, but I'll leave you to contemplate that because you clearly are good at contemplating things like this. The only thing that as a retired and one-time architect, I look at the gable end bays. What do they call them? The gable bay bump outs. They look like a good opportunity for a bit of contrast. You've got a contrast in tone, I notice, with and I wondered whether it's hard to tell from the rendering whether you had intended to have any contrast in texture. But if you did, and you were thinking of clapboarding or something along the main bulk of the facade, I wonder whether you might consider those bump outs having a smooth or a different texture, just to that would further soften the building. I think if there was a textural contrast between some parts of the building and others, and those gable bay bump outs provide an excellent opportunity, it seems to me, to achieve that if you chose. And the only other thing I would say, and I realize that this is possibly a little bit out of order, but nonetheless, I wondered whether you had thought about those roof lines, the rakes of the gable bay bump outs, and then you've got little dormers next door, and the roof line on the rake goes down, and the dormer is there like that, and it seems that they want to join, they want to marry, and it seems to be that the contractor might even want that. It might be easier to do. I'm not sure, but I wonder whether that would seem to simplify that, because it's drawing the eyeball there. It's a very busy collision between the bay, the eaves of the dormers and the rake ends of the gables. It seems that they want to enjoy a more harmonious relationship, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you've done. And the whole damn thing, with what you're providing for the town is laudable, regardless of what it looks like.
All right, thanks, Bruce. Anybody else? Okay, I'll say just a couple of things. First, thank you. I think this is much better. I particularly think the Belchertown Road building has improved a lot has improved a lot. The predominant change that I noticed in the rendering over at the school site was the addition of the two entrances on the street front. And so I appreciated those, and I think that does give the building a more neighborhood feel, and it's more welcoming, and all the good feelings that can come from that. Bruce, I was disappointed that the school is still behind the new building. But I can't even imagine all the constraints you guys are under with this kind of project. I've never worked on one. So I guess you did the best you could, and that's what you had to do with the site you had. But you know, woulda, shoulda, coulda. The Belchertown site, I also agree is much better. I really like what you did with the what Bruce called the gabled bump outs at the east end of the facade. The west end, that sort of end view, still feels kind of plain to me. I'd really like to see a gabled bump out on that. I'd actually like to see a symmetric roof line on that rather than the off, the asymmetric roof line. I think that would be more palatable and feel less modern and sort of non-traditional. And I think that's the kind of look that this town really enjoys. This town doesn't really appreciate modernism as much as some of us architects do. I agree with Bruce about maybe trying to change the pattern or the texture of the gables. Shingling came to mind. I know that's more labor intensive, but maybe you can get prefabricated, 4x8 sheets of shingles that you can apply as opposed to the clapboard that's typical everywhere else, or try some vertical board and batten pattern as opposed to the vertical. Color, the white and the gray just feels a little bit, I don't know whether it's plain or it's commercial or what, but I hope the colors feel a little richer or a little bit more inviting. I don't know what else to say. You answered my question about the bike racks in Belchertown. I'm glad that there's some under the porch. I just wondered about electric vehicle chargers. Hopefully, even people who need affordable housing will eventually be able to own an electric vehicle. I hope you're at least putting some conduit in the ground now, even if you're not putting in the chargers. And I felt like I either lost my concentration or you skipped over the slide for the unit breakdown of Belchertown Road. I just wanted to know how many market rate units are at Belchertown Road as opposed to in comparison to the overall units in that building.
Yeah, and I can bring that slide back up, and there's actually.
I thought I heard 10 units at the Southeast Street were market rate, but I didn't hear how many were market rate at Belchertown.
So at Belchertown Road, here, I'll just share my screen. Let's see, share screen. There we go. So are you able to see that?
Yep. Oh, okay. So there aren't any. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And the because the properties were purchased for affordable housing with affordable housing trust funds, in CPA money through the town, it has an affordability restriction on it. That would limit it to, I believe it's either 80 or 100% AMI units. So all of the units will be considered affordable there at 80%. AMI will have an income restriction on them.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I guess that's really all I had to say.
I'll just final response on all the design comments. Obviously, we listen, we take all of your comments seriously. I won't respond to any of the individual comments, but some of them are things we thought about, like such as color. Those are not final colors, but they're kind of indicative of the direction that we're heading. We'll you know, and the issue about like the different differentiation of the textures, you know, that conversation has come up on our design team. So we're aware of this. We'll make changes. I know Jamie's been taking notes where we can make changes that are, you know, will produce, you know, better design. We won't be able to make all the changes of the suggestions that we've heard, but you know, it's a shared goal to make this look and feel and be as useful to everybody as possible. So thank you again for your comments tonight.
All right, Chris.
I just wanted to say, well, first of all, it really was improved tremendously, and I appreciate all the hard work that you went through. But I wanted to comment on a detail, which is that Belchertown Road, in terms of its sidewalks, is a town project, and the town is now working on it. And there's not really anything that Wayfinders can do about that. And I don't know for sure whether the sidewalk is right up against the curb, but I suspect it is because there's not a lot of room to work with there. So anyway, I just wanted to say Wayfinders doesn't have any control over the sidewalks on Belchertown Road. Thank you. And thanks for doing such a great job.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do know at Belchertown Road that they widened it slightly to include room for a dedicated bike lane. So the sidewalk got pushed back a little bit to the property line in order to make room for that bike lane along Route 9 there.
Great. Now Karen can bicycle to Belchertown. Okay, so you know, our comments this evening were pretty modest. I'm not even sure do we need a letter of recommendation to ZBA or not? I think
No,
Bruce,
I think we can summarize the conversation and provide, you know, a summary to the zoning board. I think that's fine. You know, there wasn't any, to me, there wasn't anything that needed a kind of a formal motion or discussion. So.
Okay, yeah, well, you can just lift whatever shows up in the minutes and put it in a letter. Okay, well, thank you, James and Bruce, and good luck with this really long process.
Yep, we really appreciate your support and glad to be back here. Thank you.
Yeah, very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, time now is 9:28. And the next item on our agenda is Planning Board elections and reorganization. Lawrence, we waited for you to arrive so that we could all be here to talk about election of our officers, which is a chair, a vice chair, and I'm blanking on the third one. Clerk. There we go. The clerk who typically doesn't have to do any minutes. But if, you know, they're third in line in case the chair and the vice chair are not able to chair the meeting. We have had instances where we needed to help staff produce minutes. And at least at that point, we distributed that load rather than just dumping it all on the clerk. So those are three offices. And then we need to talk about the representatives from the planning board to the subcommittees that we participate in outside of planning board. So I guess we ought to just start. I saw a hand a minute ago. I think it was from you, Lawrence. But maybe not.
I didn't mean to raise my hand. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So why don't we start and take nominations for chair? Does anybody want to do it? Does anybody want someone else to do it? Johanna.
I nominate that Doug Marshall continue as the chair of the Amherst Planning Board.
Okay. Bruce?
I so second.
You so second. Okay. Are there other candidates who want to come forward or want to be pushed forward? No. Okay. I suppose we ought to officially vote these things, Chris or Nate? Have to run through the
Yes.
roll call again?
Yes,
Please.
yes.
All right, so for Doug Marshall for chair for another year, a yes vote is in favor and a no vote's against. Bruce,
Yes.
Fred,
Aye.
Jesse,
Yes, and thank you.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Johanna,
Aye.
Karen,
Yes.
and I will abstain on that one. But it's clear I am elected to another year of this immensely powerful position.
Thank
All
you.
right. Next, we need a vice chair. And obviously, I think the most important role of that is when I get sick or hit by a bus or whatever, you're ready to jump in and be chair. So Johanna, you have been our chair, our vice chair. Would you be willing to be a vice chair again?
I would.
All right, so I will nominate Johanna for vice chair. Are there other nominations or seconds of that nomination? Jesse,
I'll second Johanna's nomination.
all right. Anybody else want to be part of the mix and make it a contested vote? All right, we'll run through the roll call again, starting this time with Karen. Karen,
Yes.
thank you. Johanna,
Two will abstain.
all right. Lawrence
Yes.
and Jesse,
Yes.
Fred
Yes.
and Bruce.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm a yes too. So another 6 in favor, 1 abstention. And last, our clerk. And forgive me, whoever's been clerk. Who has been
Bruce.
clerk?
Mr. Coldham.
Mr. Coldham. Ah, yes.
I had no idea.
That's why that reminds me, that's why we had you chair one of the meetings in August. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All right, does anybody else want to be clerk or is Bruce, are you willing to continue? All right, it's obviously weighed heavily on your mind. Okay, so going through the roll call again, Bruce?
Excuse me, are you nominating Bruce?
Yes.
I'll nominate Bruce.
All right.
And then someone has to second.
And I will
I'll second that.
All right. Jesse can second. All right, so this time we'll start with Fred
Aye.
and Jesse
Aye.
and Lawrence
Aye.
and Johanna
Aye.
and Karen.
Aye.
I'm an aye. And Bruce.
You know what? I'm in spite of nominating myself, I'm going to abstain.
All right, well, you've got the job anyway. All right, 6 in favor, 1 abstention. We have officers for our next year. All right. Now we need to talk about the board and liaison committees that we serve on. So we've got Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, the Community Preservation Act Committee, the Design Review Board, and I guess those are the primary 3. Why don't we start with PVPC? Bruce, that's been you.
I'm happy to continue, and perhaps even especially because the next meeting is it's actually a face-to-face meeting at the South Hadley Boathouse or something like that. I this is a group of about 40 people. It's the most weird Zoom meeting I ever participate in, with alternates and commissioners and various others. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how tall these people are or how short they are. So if you're all willing, I'll continue.
Okay. Is anybody else really itching to get to know the PVPC? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. Chris, do we need formal nominations and votes for these as well?
Yeah.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'll nominate Bruce for the PVPC liaison. Jesse raised two fingers to indicate seconded. All right. I'm going to see if I can get away with simplifying this. Does anybody object to this nomination? As no objections. So Chris, that's unanimous, unless Bruce wants to abstain.
We could say by consensus.
By consensus, that sounds
Yes, do it that way. That's easier.
sure. CPAC is the next committee, and I did that last year sort of under duress because nobody else volunteered. I don't really want to do it again this year. So I think we talked a little bit about that last meeting. Lawrence, I don't know if you listened to our last meeting. That committee, it's one of the more positive committees because they just give away money. But the period of the calendar when they have most intense meetings is through the fall, sort of October, November, and a little bit into December. So I'm hoping somebody else would like to do that. Nobody's jumping up, huh? And I was hoping that one of either our new member or one of the other members would do that. Well, why don't we skip that for the moment? DRB has been Karen, I believe, right? And how are you feeling about that?
And I like it and I'm getting to know it and I would like to continue doing that.
Okay. Anybody else? Bruce, your hand went up. You're muted.
I nominate Karen.
All right. I guess I'll second. Anyone object to Karen doing this? Okay. All right. So we'll go back to CPAC. Anybody want to do that or willing to do that? Chris, do we have to nominate someone?
Nate would know. He goes to their meetings.
It'd be a vacancy. It would be important. I think if it didn't happen tonight, the proposals are due September at the end of the month. And as Doug mentioned, it's a short window, but they meet fairly often. Beginning in October, they probably have 8 meetings between October 1 and end of December. They review proposals, they hold hearings, and they recommend, the funding allocation that then goes to the Finance Committee and the Town Council for approval. So what the CPA committee does is it looks at the proposals coming in for open space, recreation, housing, and historic preservation. They hear presentations, they ask questions, and then they recommend those proposals. Yeah, I mean, I think if not at this meeting, then I think the next planning board meeting, it would probably be asked from the town manager's office if there would be a planning board member. They try to like to have, it's a CPA committee is made up mostly of representatives from other boards and committees, and then a few at-large members. And so they really like to have a full complement, especially at the beginning of the review cycle. So we could wait. I mean, there's still some time, but if you have any questions, you could reach out to Doug. He served. You could ask me. time commitments and other things, but if there's anything there.
Doug, oh, sorry.
Well,
John.
Johanna has her hand up. I don't know, Lawrence, if. Go
I
ahead.
was, Lawrence, why don't you go ahead and then I can chime in.
Well, I was going to say if nobody steps forward, I'd be happy to have a conversation, Doug, with you and Nate about it. Just I want to know what the time commitments are, since I'm already sort of approaching limit having a young toddler in the house in terms of time I can offer. But it sounds like interesting work and something I might consider, but I'd want to be pretty clear about what the demands are.
Okay. Well, Johanna?
And then the thing that I was going to say, I think this would be an incredibly rewarding board to serve on. And I think these grants really do make a big impact on the quality of the town. And then, and I feel like, Doug, you took the hit last year and you already do a lot of service on this board. And so I feel like if others can pick up that lift, that would be awesome. I just agreed to coach the middle school ultimate program through the beginning of November, which is also just a massive time commitment. So given that like peak demand on that is basically, I think, overlaps with this, I think I could be like, an in absentia member through October, which I recognize is kind of when most of the work happens, but then afterwards, in November and December could help usher it through. But I think it would be better to have somebody who's, committed through the full arc.
Yeah, I found last year, first of all, by us waiting until September to make these nominations, we sometimes, I missed a couple of meetings at the beginning, so I kind of came in a little bit behind the curve. And then they did meet mostly every week and usually on Thursday evenings. I think starting at 7, and usually not more than an hour and a half, usually, I think. There was some reading outside of the meetings because you get these applications for funding and you got to read the application. Many of the applications were from town entities, whether it's Public Works or Conservation wants to build a new hiking trail or whatever. Some of them were nonprofits, some of it's historical. So Lawrence, I can talk to you more later, but it seemed like a good thing to do. It's money that really needs to get doled out. But I don't feel like I should do it again this year.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that proposals are due at the end of the month, and then there's an internal staff review. They get sent to the committee, the CPA committee members. The committee members need to review them individually and send questions back to staff, and then staff sends those to the applicants, and then the committee will meet starting usually in like mid to late October. So usually there's maybe one meeting in October, and then I agree with Doug that it's usually probably every week through November, and then a few weeks into December. So like 1 or 2 meetings in October, 4 in November, and 3 in December. That's and over those course of those meetings, they ask applicants for presentations. There's a public hearing, and then they discuss, like I said, the funding amounts and what, lately they're getting requested more proposals come in terms of dollar amount than they can fund. So they have to make decisions about, what is the, how much do they fund each project, or do they fund all projects? And so, yeah, I mean, it's becoming, I think, more of a sought after source. It does fund a lot of good projects around town. They all need to have some public benefit in their respective categories. So, historic preservation is, can be used for private projects as well as public, and it goes for all the rest of those categories. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a feel good thing. It does just take a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to considering it, but I can't really commit to it tonight. So would love to have a follow-up conversation with you all, if that's okay.
Yep. All right. So we will postpone that nomination till next time. Why don't we go ahead further through the agenda? Next item, time now is 9:46. Chris or Nate or Pam, old business topics not reasonably anticipated 48 hours in advance.
I don't have anything.
Okay. New business not reasonably anticipated. Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. Form A&R subdivision applications.
No, not tonight, but we will next time.
Okay. Upcoming ZBA applications.
I actually talked with Jacinta, and she said she has things out there on the wings. Nothing has been submitted, so they're continue with their public hearing for the wayfinders.
Okay. Upcoming SPP, SPR, SUB applications.
We
Pam
do?
knows more about it than I do. Maybe Pam should report.
Well, we have received a site plan review application for 45 and 55 South Pleasant Street. The projects that Barry Roberts is doing with, that incorporates the Hastings building. They're coming back before the board. They have some changes they would like to make to conditions. And then they have reduced the number of electrical meters, and they have slightly relocated the transformers. So that is expected to come to the board on October 16th.
Okay. Which I think is our next meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, planning board committee and liaison reports. I guess looks like we start with Jesse. Housing subcommittee. Anything new from you guys?
Nope, we haven't met since the last meeting. Meet next week.
All right. Bruce?
Although I will chime in, we were meeting with staff to talk about a few things the committee discussed. And Jesse, we sent around emails to schedule a time. I think I dropped the ball there. So I'll just follow up. Everyone was available at some, it's hard to get a time when 4 people can meet together, but I think we had some. So I'll just get that going the next week and a half.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Bruce, PVPC?
Nothing to report.
All right. I don't have anything for CPAC. Karen, DRB?
No, we meet next week.
Okay. And either Chris or Nate for CRC.
Chris, you're muted.
Yes. The CRC is still working on the solar bylaw. Stephanie Ciccarello is going to take over most of that work, but I'll be helping her a little bit. And I don't know if they did have it on their agenda for this coming Tuesday, but I don't know if we'll actually be able to talk about it then because, well, that's all.
And sort of on the similar topic, am I correct that the draft overlay zoning proposal has gone to town council and will be on one of their October meeting agendas?
Yes, it's gone to town council and it may come to the town council on the 23rd of September, which would be this coming Monday. They have to make that decision. If it's not on the 23rd, it would be on October 7th.
Okay, and then they, assuming they vote it to refer it, it will go to CRC and to us for hearings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Okay. So that could conceivably be in October, right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Report of chair. Time now is 9:50. The one thing I was going to bring up that I mentioned earlier is whether we ought to try to meet in person a little bit more than we have. About a year ago, when we were working on the sort of the housing overlay early conversations, we met as an additional meeting for 3 or 4 times once a month through the fall. And I thought it was productive to get in the same room with you all. And I think in Bruce's words, see how tall you are. I wondered, we don't have to decide anything tonight, but I was going to just suggest, well, maybe we should have one of our meetings each month in person for, starting in January for 6 months or something like that, just to see how it works. Because it's a change not only for us, but it's, the applicants have to show up and they're out of the habit of driving into town just like we are. Jesse?
I was just wondering, so I haven't been on the board for in-person very much at all. How do the presentations work in person? Like, that's what's really nice about Zoom, right? We can see the slides, whatever. So how did that work before? Was it printed copies? Was it on screen? Like, what was the form?
It was on screen mostly.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, I would, I mean, so personally, I wouldn't recommend it. I think the housing discussions in person as an extra meeting were helpful, but to go back to in person, the recommendation actually is to stay hybrid or to stay remote. I think having applicants come into town hall is going to make it really difficult. It'll take more staff time. We'll have to set it up as a hybrid meeting. And I actually think the presentations will be less visible and less legible for the planning board, the public, and those watching at home. And so to me, I'm not sure that I don't see a benefit going to in person to have public hearings or those types of things. So like what we did tonight, you can annotate on a screen with Zoom, we can zoom in, we can make things really clear and visible. And so I actually would, personally, and then also for staff time, it's a hardship for me, right? I mean, so work-life balance, I coach year round, and so I can make it on Zoom. To be in person means I have to really rearrange my schedule. And I find that those meetings are not as necessarily effective or any more effective, actually probably less effective than Zoom. And so I'm a big proponent of remote meetings. I think in person, is really helpful when we're talking about the zoning amendment and a specific topic, but not bringing applicants in to give presentations.
Okay. Any other opinions or comments? Karen and then Chris.
I agree. It's a hardship for staff, and it's kind of nice to be able to come remotely when you're all over the place. But it would be really nice to schedule, maybe not once a month, but sometimes it's good to get together, and maybe it would be for a topic if we're going to do the rezoning of University Drive or just some issue that we care about. I still care about communicating better with UMass on housing and things like that, that we have at some point every 2 months or 3 months, a time when we can get together. It just builds an understanding between us. It's a valuable thing. And we should do it rarely because of the commitment of staff and everyone else, but we should somehow try to figure a way that we can get together in person.
All right, thanks, Karen. Chris?
I just wanted to say that I think my leaving, my retiring is going to put an extra strain on the staff who's here. We're hoping to hire another planner soon, but she'll be taking up the slack with work that, that we've had a hard time getting done, even with the staff that we have. So perhaps if you are contemplating this in-person meeting, you wait for a while, maybe wait until January at least to try it, because I think it's going to be a hard transition with my departure and other transitions. So that's
Okay.
just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right. Good to hear. Johanna?
I think there's real value to being in person. I found that when we were hammering out the geography of which place to go deeper on rezoning on. I couldn't imagine doing that process and having those conversations on Zoom. Whereas I think it really worked for us to have the whiteboards up around the room and have the big maps. And so I feel like for public hearings, Zoom works very, very well, and we get great efficiencies on that. I think for the like creative process of developing policy, that's really great to do in person. And I feel like when we were going through that process, we actually added meetings.
Yes. It-
Yes.
And then I'm just trying to figure out, like, right now we don't have one of those projects, like I feel like, I'm not sure, maybe there's an appetite to like say, all right, great, we've like moved forward overlay district for University Drive, and now that's going to go through its process. So let's actually bite off the next thing. If we were ready to bite off that next thing, let's say starting in January or February, I'd be excited to have that conversation, but I could also understand if people want to wait. I don't know if that's helpful at all, Doug, but those are.
Yeah, certainly. Bruce.
Basically agree with Karen and with Johanna, and also with Nate. Interesting, because I was fully supportive of when you first said what you said. I thought, yes, that'd be great. And I found that I had my mind pretty solidly turned around by what Nate said. And then Karen's ideas seem to be good. There's a place for this, and we should. And I think, Doug, as chair, given your interest in this, I think we should charge you and ourselves, but you particularly, with looking out for opportunities to do this. And one final comment, that it seems January, in the middle of winter with snow and ice and everything, seems to be is when Zoom is really appealing. So that's just a thought.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for those comments. And I guess I'll think about that and talk to Nate and Chris as much as she's around, and we'll see where this goes. Regarding Johanna, your comment about whether we're ready to bite something else off, I kind of assumed we'd start talking about Belchertown Road and the lower end of College Street. That was sort of candidate number 2 when we were talking about where we might upzone or think about, changing things. So, and maybe to avoid, well, I don't think we can do anything this fall. It feels like that's sort of not going to work, and particularly hearing from Chris that staff needs to go through the transition period and get their bearings. I think we probably ought to wait till next year, but think about it for the early spring. Okay, that's all I had. Chris or Nate, report of staff, or Pam?
Well, I'd just like to say I've enjoyed working with you tremendously, and I'll miss you all. I hope to see you around town, and I'll be watching planning board meetings, probably to my husband's distress. But
When is your
anyway,
retirement party?
their party is next Thursday at 2:00 in the town room. So you're all welcome to come, and it would be great to see you there. And I'll probably be crying at that party. But anyway, it's been a great job, and thank you very much for making it so pleasant.
Are you really not going to be in town hall if we come looking for you after that date? You
Well,
won't be there?
I'm trying to make a deal with Dave Zomek to let me come back part-time. And I think he's amenable to that. So we're working it out, but it would probably be 20 hours a week or something like that. But I really enjoy this work. I just can't do it at the level and intensity that I've been doing it because I'm getting old. So anyway, it's been wonderful. So thank you. Thank you all for your part in it.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I was gonna just say a few things, Johanna. or what can be involved in, there's the housing production plan. So the consultants have done some outreach meetings. They're hoping to do more this fall. The previous plan did look at Route 9 and a few sites. And so we've discussed having some kind of components there. So I just, have, planning board stay tuned. Dodson and Flinker is getting more involved with the downtown design standards in terms of outreach and trying to formulate, draft standards over the next, say, 6 months. And so I think, the planning board members may have been asked to be part of a working group. You can always, there's a webpage now, and then there's opportunities for public comment. And then the planning board, along with a few others, will be involved as reviewers of those standards when they're in draft form. So, it'll probably be a combined meeting with, like, say, planning board, DRB, ZBA, and others to try to minimize how many meetings the consultants have to go to. But, so I think the planning board will be involved there. And then, just a note on the University Drive overlay. There was a change in state law a few years ago. And so if there's, it's eligible locations that are appropriate for infill, for mixed use, for multi-unit density, then it's a simple majority vote by town council or by, the legislative body. And so when University Drive gets referred, should it get referred, the planning board and CRC will have to discuss whether or not University Drive is an eligible location according to Mass General Law. And if so, then the vote to adopt it is by simple majority. And, I think initially looking at everything it is, to me, it means that there are other areas in town that would then also qualify as an eligible location. Route 9 could be one. And honestly, I also think we could look at Gateway or areas around the university campus. And so, if we want to talk about where we have different kinds of housing, I think there can be, we said the reason why Route 9 was reduced as a priority was, we might be able to zone it for what we might want in terms of scale and massing, but maybe the end users are not, if it's going to be all students, maybe that's not what we want. And so I think there's probably places in town where we could discuss, what are different strategies. And so my saying that is it could tie really nicely into the housing production plan and the downtown design standards. And so, my guess is that next spring, there'll probably be a number of ideas and things that the planning board could really discuss. We're talking about updating the master plan in the next few years, or maybe I'm getting that started at some point too, in terms of how do we scope that out. So that's something that that'll be coming forward. And then the ADU changes, according to state law, we have to have a new bylaw or, have everything in place by February. So, at some point, staff will probably start looking at that. There's still not some clarity. The state put a webpage up about ADUs, but I think there's a lot of complexity there in terms of, what the statute actually means and how it's interpreted. And so that hasn't been clear yet. Like I said, there's a lot of ideas at one of the forums workshops. And so I'm not sure where that'll go, but yeah, I mean, I think that next year there's probably some good, policy or, regulatory things that the planning board could really discuss and maybe, propose some different changes. And so I kind of like that idea, move some things forward.
Okay. I just want to note that Lawrence has left the meeting sometime in the last few minutes. Johanna.
I think that's a really exciting kind of policy agenda to explore, and that's the kind of work that I think doing in person is going to be more productive than trying to do it over Zoom.
Okay. Anything? Go ahead.
Do we need to mention that our next meeting starts at 7 versus 6:30? Does everybody know that?
No, we were going to mention that there is no meeting on October 3rd or whatever, the very first week of October, because it conflicts with Rosh Hashanah. And so our next meeting is it October 16th?
October 16.
Okay. And because Nate has some obligations and can't really participate until about 7, I thought we were going to try starting at 6:45 and do a few of our administrative things before Nate arrives.
We can.
So let's try that and see if we can keep that 15 minutes as a productive period.
Okay.
If we can't, then we can talk about starting later, but I mean, it's obviously after 10 now. We've been going at this for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
I'd like to try to start and get through things as early as makes sense, but
Okay.
but also give us time to have dinner.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so next 6:45.
6:45.
On October 16th is the next meeting. And so once again, Chris, farewell, and we hope to see you now and then.
Thank you.
All right, if anybody else objects, unless you object, I will say that we are adjourned at 6 minutes after 10.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you all.
Hi, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Bye, Chris.
See you at the party.
Bye.
See you Thursday, Chris.
Oh,
Good night.
Good night.
stop recording.
Recording stopped.
Okay. We did it.